with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Hello my lovelies, welcome to Jewellery Maker. My name is Zena. It is Tuesday. Gosh, we've only got 3 days left of March, haven't we? 3 days left. Where did the first quarter of the year go?
I have no idea. I've blinked and it's gone.
Blinked and it's gone. I do agree. Now that lovely view you just had was our guest designer Sarah Elving. Who I must say, young lady, you've been brilliant today.
Oh, thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Right then, we've got another hour with everybody, haven't we?
I know.
That's it, and then we're gone. Yeah, baby. Right then. So for anybody tuning in now, thinking, have you done the Wall of Fame? We've done it. We have. We were on the money this morning. We have done it. Absolutely fabulous, beautiful. Right then. I've got some French wire coming up in this hour. I have. What else we got coming up in this hour, Dion? She's just, oh yeah, we've got this Tanzanite showcase. I have got, now if you're thinking, I do want some Tanzanite, but I've got different sizes, different shapes. I've got different blues, as I've got Dion producing me. It was always inevitable, wasn't it? I've got aquamarine as well, a little bit of blue. Sea blue chalcedony. Did you get the theme? But I have got some really, I'm just going to look where here it is. For some reason as well, Dion's had a moment today. So in my Tanzanite showcase, sanding blocks. Random, you know, random little tower block of sand blocks there. Yeah. Be intrigued to see if she does those today. Very well. Now, can I just quickly show you though? Look, when I say I've got Tanzanite, I ain't kidding. I am limited on every single Tanzanite strand. Okay, all of the Tanzanites that we've got in the showcase today are less than 20 in stock. This has been my personal favourite strand of Tanzanite in a long time, and I've got less than 20. It's been super popular. Okay, right then, should we get started? Everybody goes, yeah, I've got a cabochon as well. Let's start off with something blue, shall we? Oh no, she's changed her mind. Do you know, I can make myself look hopeless. You don't need to do it, do you? I can really make myself do it. Right, she's changing her mind. Where? Do you want it, the French wire? Ouais, ouais, c'est bon, ouais. Voilà. What else is French wire? I don't know the French word for wire. Somebody text me in the French word for wire on 60777. Start your text with James Studio. Yeah, if anybody knows the French word for wire, I'd be intrigued. Now this is beautiful. If you've got any of our pearls today, this is your perfect. Is it câble? Oh, somebody text in. Oh, thanks to whoever texted in. Câble. Now, these, as I said, if you've just one of these, I mean, gosh, how many pieces we've got here? 30 pieces, not 30 pieces of silver, 30 pieces of gold-plated French wire. Now, if you've got, it doesn't have to be for pearls, but if you do make pearl jewellery, this is what you finish off. It's got it's basically, it's quite elasticated, it's quite springy. You need about a centimetre. So we're only talking about that much, a centimetre at each end of the French wire at the end of the thread where the clasp goes to protect the thread, because of course towards the clasp it gets a lot of use, but it also gives a professional finish. So you only need a centimetre roughly at each end. So let me just tell you, 12-inch length is 30 centimetres. So on each one of these you could make 15 pieces of jewellery. So you times 30 lengths by 15, you got a lot of jewellery out of these. This will go a long way. The warmth of this gold-plated French wire, the gold plating there is just stunning. Now, it's 0.9 mil, so that's one of the larger of the gauges as well. Sarah's nodding in agreement over there. Do you know what I'm going to tell you? And I'll tell you this every time I bring our French wire, because I'm so... If there's one thing on Jewellery Maker I can prove the price saving, it's French wire. Do you know why? One strand of this elsewhere on a very famous auction site and a very famous site that sells everything named after a river. One of these, granted it's 14 inches, okay, so granted it's 2 inches longer, however, do you know how much it is? £2.14 or £2.85 each. Wow. Could you just times £2.14 by 30 for me, please, Dion? So we'll go for the conservative, we won't push it, we won't say the £2.85, we'll go for the lower. £64.20 if we were to buy this individually elsewhere. You ready? Help yourselves. Help yourself. £64.20 versus £6.95. I mean, really? Really? And the quality's phenomenal, and it's gold plated. I expect every one of those to be gone in about 30 seconds. I mean, can you believe that for a price saving,
I'm just
Sarah?
thinking, I have tried making these wires.
Have you really?
With a really...
on the fine crank rod on the gizmo.
Yeah. It is very time consuming, incredibly difficult to get it neat and tidy, and you use miles and miles of wire. So forget about, you know, the fact that it's the workmanship that's in there,
Absolutely.
the amount of product that's gone into making that for you.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I would use this not only to finish off my pearl bracelets, but I would be using it with a finer wire through it, like a 0.4 wire, take it back onto my gizmo and make those really lovely organic beads, make the spiral beads. Perfect.
Lovely. Oh, now, Lynn in Surrey, you are lovely. She said a length of wire in French. Oh, this will be amusing with me Brummy accent, won't it? Un morceau de fil de fer. Oh, wow. But, oh, hang on a minute. Oh, I asked for this, didn't I, to be fair? Fil français très pas cher. Quelle aubaine. Very cheap French wire. What a bargain. Fil français très pas cher. Merci beaucoup. Ouais. Hey? Do you know what my dad does when he goes to France? He, every time he just speaks English with a French accent. I would like a beer. It's like, Dad, you just speak in English, and he works, they all understand him. Honestly, I'd like a baguette. Very odd. Are these all gone? Very nearly. Bernadette said, I have your French wire. It's great quality and a great pricing. Thank you. Love the show. Oh, thanks, Bernadette, you gorgeous face. From County Carlo. Lovely girl. They've nearly all gone, so just help yourselves. Help yourselves. Right then, we have our second showstopper of the day. Hey, showstopper. I'll stop doing my French accent now. You'll all be relieved to know. Right then. Jump, jump. Jump for my love. Jump ring. Right then. Somebody just said, where'd you get your energy from? I have no idea. I had no sleep last night. Perhaps I'm on autopilot. Right then, look at these. Look at that. Oh, what a gorgeous. Do you know how many's there? Approximately. Am I seeing 400 there? Because there's 200 in 5mm and 200 in 6mm. Wow. Oh, and I've just mixed them all up. Somebody's going to be happy with me. The floor manager is going to be really impressed with me, aren't they? Thanks for that, Zine. Just what I wanted. Now then, have you seen, look, as well, you got 5mm and 6mm. So I'll try and show you two different sizes in a minute. They're round, okay? Look at that. Look at the colour. Isn't that fabulous? It's like a buttery gold, isn't it? Soft and silky and oh, it's like when the sun hits your skin for the first time of the spring and the summer and you feel that warmth that you haven't felt in months. Liquid. Oh, liquid gold, yeah. Oh, shall I show you the different sizes? Because I've mashed them all up together. You're probably thinking, well, Zine, that's not really very helpful, is it? I'm going to say, sorry. Pick up my favourite tweezers. Now then, oh, in fact, let's pick up two. So I can just show you the difference, because it's quite dramatic, that 1mm, isn't it?
It is, it's a big difference.
It is a big difference, look. Now, look at that. Can you see, look, they are open, but you can hardly tell, can you? Because they're so beautifully made.
So that's a really, really good sign of the workmanship that's gone into that, because, the last thing you want to do is when you're making chainmail is have to sit there and close them all properly.
Absolutely.
If they're already done for you, you only choose to open the ones you want.
Exactly. Now, 5mm and 6mm, all 18 carat gold plated. Oh yeah, 200 of each. Now don't forget what our lovely Fleur says. She does. She says easily make a Byzantine bracelet out of 200. Yeah. She does. So you've got two bracelets there, technically, haven't you? If you do like it. I mean, there's all sorts of different types of chainmail. You know, let's face it. But look at that mound, 400 jump rings, 18 carat gold plated. Brilliant. Brilliant. $7.90. Now that's two packets there, by the way. There's two packets there. Look at me with my multi-tweezers. Hey? Like a velociraptor of tweezer world. How much is that each? 0.01 pence. 0.01 pence. Rock on. Wicked. That is brilliant, isn't it? 5mm, 6mm. And Fleur says, I keep saying Fleur because Fleur I tend to think of it as like the chainmail mistress, the queen of chainmail. She says 5mm is like the minimum you can go to on chainmail. 5mm and 6mm.
Yeah. And I use different size jump rings all the time. So whether
mix and match, mix them up.
Yeah, but I'd be making little extended chains to the back of my pieces of jewellery.
Yeah, not just chainmail.
No,
these are your jump rings, to make a necklace.
That's it. And I use them for, silly things like, just, connecting two lots of eye pins together. Because that creates that movement. Whereas if you put the two eye pins together, you sometimes end up with it being a little bit sort of static around the neckline.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
So you need the jump rings to create that movement in your jewellery.
Well, do you know what Fleur does as well? She makes stretchy bracelets and she does like, say gets like a 6mm gemstone and then puts a jump ring all the way between every single one of them and it looks really expensive.
It does.
Oh, it looks brilliant. Now, Sandra just said, hello, gorgeous girls. We'll take that, gorgeous Sandra. Thanks. You got your glasses on? I'm speaking for myself, not you, Sarah, before I said, well, speak for yourself, love. Sitting with a cup of coffee and a chocolate sheep. Random. Wait, I've just been Easter. And enjoying the show, Sandra. I didn't get a chocolate sheep.
No.
Mind you, we have robbed the chocolate eggs today. We have nicked those.
I can't show you mine.
We're eating the set. Now that Easter's over, we get to eat the set. Brilliant. Brilliant deal there, Dee. Thanks, Sweet Pea. A lot of people buying twos. Yeah, baby. Why not? Penny's got two, Anita's got two, Stephen's got two, Angela's got two, Jane's got two. Brilliant. I'm going to pop them all there. I'd like to apologise to my floor manager and team for mixing them up. Do you know, I'm going to come off and the floor manager's going to say, Zine, as you mix them, You can unmix them. To be fair, I actually didn't mix them, but I'm going to take the blame for it anyway, because that's the way I rock and roll. Oh, she's gone for it. Numero uno. Uno. Oh yeah, we've got Spanish now. Numero uno. Every time I asked for the bill when I went to Florence, Is it Spanish or Italian? Might be Italian. Well, I went to Florence and I went with my boyfriend as half Italian. I kept winding him up because you know when you go to France and you ask for the bill and you go l'addition, s'il vous plaît. I didn't know what it was in Italian. I kept saying cinquecento. He said, that's a car. La cinquecento, por favor.
La cuenta, por favor.
It worked. Right then, what we're doing, lovely, it's number one. She did say, is it these? I wore one of these yesterday. I've got these. I've got one of these. I promise you, on anybody I've got a sort of promise on, I don't like to sound somebody's, but I wore one of these yesterday with blue pearls on it. And I'll tell you which one it was. It was that one. It was actually the black one. You think I'd have worn the blue one with the pearls, but no, I wore the black one. And they're brilliant. And actually, every time I wear them, my fella thinks they look great. And they're great for unisex as well. And all different colours look. They're stainless steel. Brilliant for kids, for all ages, for festivals, for gents, for anybody. Okay, you got blue, you got black, you got red, you got pink, you got yellow, you got white, you got green, and actually pink and purple, sorry. And all you do is it's got a really cool mechanism, look, that you just twist and that's it. Really, you can even, that looks like a clasp that you couldn't do yourself at the back of the neckline under your hair, but you can. It's really, really easy. And because it's got a beauty, it glides on. So well made these are in the stainless steel. And it just twists really gently. The one thing to mention, don't forget you twist from the end, because the first time I got these, I'm going to show you that again. First time I got these, I assumed that it untwisted in the middle. And I sat there for ages thinking, I've got a done work. And I kept twisting it in the middle, thinking it twisted to... No, I kept sitting there thinking, how on earth, Jewel? Simple. You just twist from one end and it's the full clasp that comes off. Okay, the full clasp. Okay, so, and then you just pop it straight back on and you've got all the different colours. You've got the pink, you've got the yellow. Look at these colours. Pink, yellow, white, lovely green. And then you've got, again, yellow, pink, you've got red, you've got black, you've got blue. And as I said, I've got to be honest, I think it was Mark Smith that made it, actually. And on the base of the necklace had a whole section, good sort of, I'd have said 4-inch section of 3 droplets of pearls. And they look brilliant. And because they slide around. Yeah. So they sort of got some movement as well. They're brilliant. I can't recommend them enough. I love them. Just show you on the neckline as well. Now, how many? 14 chances left, that's it. Now, if that's done up, they're 18-inch, so that's the kind of length. I'm just trying to feel that they're done up at the back. Yeah, that's kind of done up. So they're 18-inch on the back. Probably haven't just shown the full length of that properly, but they're 18 inches. And the connection is stainless steel. That's your blue one. Aren't they lovely, Sarah?
And I watched Debbie Bulford. She showed how
she made them into bracelets.
Made them into bracelets.
You are absolutely right, because I was stood with her.
Yeah, and you can also, I've seen Deb Rudge do sort of structural pieces with these just by bending and manipulating and then putting them into other pieces of jewellery as well. So
don't have to keep them as a necklace if you don't want it.
But they're perfect if you like the lady who made that little nest pendant for the little girl next door. If you've made something, it's so easy for a child to be able to put these on as well. Just really easy and they're lovely.
Well, Sandra's just said, I've got these, they're brilliant. Sandra said, Sandra, do you know what? I've got them as well, Do you know what as well? You've only got to work in 70 pence into the cost of your jewellery. You could give these away with your pendants. Yeah. That's what you could do. Just work 70p into the cost. Tink said, due to a health problem, I can't wear anything too big or heavy. So these are perfect, either with a pendant or just on their own. Mm-hmm. That's a good point, Tink. Sorry to hear that that's the reason why you can't. But I tell you what, you're absolutely right, Sweet Pea. And they're lovely and colourful, aren't they? So different gemstones with different colours. They're brilliant. Well done. They're nearly all sold out, though, I'm afraid. But well done. Look after yourself, lovely Tink. Right then, what should we do next? What are we doing for time? Right then, I now have a little treat for you. I have a superb array of tanzanite. We're going to start with a great big cabochon. That's what we're going to do. Sit with a friend. No? Oh, I thought you said number 2. Sorry, we're not going to start with that one. These ones in number 9? Yeah. The ones that I showed. The ones that I showed earlier. We haven't got many of these left, have we, Dee? Because we launched these, didn't we? We haven't got many left. Oh, I've only got 11. Oh, gosh. Now, they are phenomenal tanzanite. Now, it is one of the rarest and most beautiful gemstones on the planet, without question. Strikingly beautiful. 1,000 times rarer than a diamond. What does that mean? Well, if you lined up 1,000 diamonds, you would have one tanzanite. It's incredible. And it is a geological phenomenon. Geological, gemological, geographical phenomenon, without question. And it is available from one single tiny 6 square mile location on this planet in the north of Tanzania. And it was actually found by accident. What a wonderful accident. Now, in the light of day, you get these incredible deep electric blues that sort of evoke that love at first sight. I think that's what tanzanite does. It gives you that love at first sight, doesn't it? Now, I'm going to show you all the sizes, because we start, believe it or not, at 8 by 6 mil. So you've got a good size, and you can see the trichorism. So 3 different colours from different angles: your violets, your blues, and your pinks or your reds. And then it goes up and up and up and up and up to 14 by 10 mil in the middle. You've got, in fact, I'll count them for you. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just check. 2, 4, 6, and look, 9 on this particular strand. Now, we guarantee the carat weight, not the number, but on this particular strand, I've got 9. I've also got some teal greens for ocean colour tanzanites. I've got some beautiful pinks in there as well. And I was proud enough to launch this with my lovely producer Dion and the team, and we've only got 11 left. Now, we're going to give you and honour the launch price, okay, today, and today only, on these last 11. 40, now, did you see the price we should have been? We're giving you a £20 saving. Now, a £16 saving on that findings kit earlier was pretty amazing, wasn't it? Because Louise took 3 on the connector kit. That was impressive, a £16 saving, but to save £20 on one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. And do you know what's... I'm going to give you this on the neckline, because do you know how rare it is to get this size of tanzanite? I don't think there will be hardly anybody on this planet that's ever seen a tanzanite that big, ever, Sarah. I mean, that is a real honour.
I know, and you've got 9 of them on that strand.
Yeah, I know.
That's amazing.
But it's incredible. That sort of 3 to 5 section in the centre, though, oh, hang on, we're in single figures already. 70 carats there of tanzanite. Shall I show it you as a ring? Shall I show it you? Because I've only got 9 left. You've already coming in on these. I mean, just imagine. Look at the size of that. Imagine saying to somebody, that's tanzanite. That size. You know, you're lucky if you see half a carat or a carat in a ring of tanzanite, aren't you?
You are. And that is just beautiful.
That's got to be over 3, 4 or 5 carats, that has. Look at the size of that. It's unbelievable tanzanite. Just so spectacular, isn't it? I mean, it is hailed as being the gemstone of the 20th century. So much so that the Gemological Institute of America, the GIA, because of this huge demand on because of this huge demand on tanzanite, it's the first time in years that the GIA felt compelled to add a gemstone to the official birthstone list, and this got added for December. Now, that's unheard of for the GIA to do that. I can't remember the GIA ever doing that. You know, but to do that, and that's because of the huge demand on tanzanite. Now, Irina, straight in on these. Congratulations. I've got a number of collectors in on these as well. I've got a collector in Bedfordshire thinking about checking these out as well. I've only got 8 of these remaining. I'm terribly sorry. They'll all go, of course. But that is not only is that a rare chance to own tanzanite, but it is an even rarer chance to own tanzanite that big.
I know. I'm just thinking, because there's 70 carats on there.
Yeah.
You've got 9.
Yep.
But that bigger one.
Yeah.
It's probably got to be sort of veering towards 10 carats, possibly.
It's huge.
They're
absolutely huge. It's incredible.
To say that you own 1 at that carat weight.
Yeah.
But to say I have a strand of 70 carats of tanzanite, and I would be looking at designing my designs. I would sit down with this strand, I would take my time, I'd get my notepad out, I'd sketch out what I want to make from it. I'd possibly be using my precious metal clays and
Yeah.
making a surround for
Absolutely.
it.
Something special.
Yeah, definitely
Something
taking my
truly
time.
special. Yeah, something truly special. Now, Brenda, Arena, congratulations. You took the first two. I've now got Veronica in Cornwall in the mix. I've got a collector in Bedfordshire. I've got other collectors in fact, I've got 3 people on the telephones and I've only got 7 left. Okay, so 70 carats of exceptional tanzanite. Really, really. Do you know as well that it's recommended that you wear tanzanite as an antidepressant, apparently. It's supposed to be very nurturing, very emotionally supportive, and gives you cheering energies. What a lovely idea. What a lovely, lovely idea. Said to bestow all of those things on you. Oh, lovely. So the labradorite that we... Oh, hang on a second, right. So I'll leave those last few. All of those need to go because I cannot put those in back in the vault. I just cannot. Now, we've had a little bit of a correction, apparently. Right then, you know the... Before I even show it you again, if you were watching earlier, you'll know exactly the strand of labradorite I'm talking about. I did talk about it being one of the most incredible, spectacular labradorite strands I've ever seen. And we weren't kidding. Now, we said it wasn't graded. Apparently, it is graded. So I apologise. It has been graded by our gemologist. It has absolutely been graded. It is AAA grade. I do apologise about that. We didn't have it on the system as AAA grade. It is AAA grade. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because I kept sitting there saying, oh, no, hang on a minute. This is like spectralite. I did say when I showed this earlier, I said, hang on a minute. And I actually said to the crew, I said, this has to have been great. Anyway, it wasn't added to the system, and we do apologise for that. We've remedied the situation, and it is indeed absolutely 100% AAA grade labradorite. So we're talking absolutely phenomenal. And I can't believe the price we went to on this. It was an incredible deal. It took each one of these labradorites down to less than £4 a piece. I mean, what a deal for AAA grade, incredible labradorite. I'll just take it down and show you some of these individual colours here, because some of these, what I loved about this strand, or what I love about this strand rather, because we did it earlier, is you've got some of the deepest, richest, I mean, look at that for a vibrant blue, all across the incredible labradorite. And then as you go further up the strand, you've got some of the deepest, richest blues and darkest background labradorites I've ever seen. That's why I said it's got to be. And just look at those. They are exceptional grade. AAA grade. That now makes sense. That now makes far more sense. So every single one of you that checked out, you are now going to know that this is indeed AAA grade. So if you do want to get that authenticity gift card printed off and added to your order, that will confirm that each and every single one of these labradorites is indeed AAA grade. So good luck to Susan, to Natasha, to Charlene, to Jane, to Tina. Good luck. That makes absolute sense, doesn't it?
It does.
Totally makes sense. Oh, I saw these earlier. Now, where are these? Here they are. Is it the green aventurine bars? Oh, I love these. I love these. We've just started doing these, haven't we? These bars. They're lovely, and we do them all different gemstones. Oh, I had some in black agate the other day. Actually, they'd look lovely with these. Now look. I'm just going to splay them out for you a little bit so you can see the design, because they're perfectly graduated. Look at those. Green aventurine. I'd love to see those with some lapis lazuli.
Oh, yeah.
Those rounds that you had in the kit earlier.
They would look amazing.
80 carats. Now you might look at those thinking, gosh, that's a lot for 80 carats. But do you know what? You don't just get them. Do you know what? You get 2. Yeah, I'm going to give you 2 lots of green. I love something about green aventurine. It
just draws you in, doesn't it?
It's so really pretty.
And it's really a subtle,
yeah,
warm, inviting tone.
Yeah, and it's got like a translucent sort of feel to them. They're incredible. I love the layout bars. Now again, you can use all the bars together if you want to, or you can alternate them. And they've got that. Now Mark Smith always knows this name. I can't remember. There's a special name. Shamba.
Oh, a camber.
No, it begins with an SH.
Oh.
Shamber or Shumpered Edge. For that lovely sort of, you know, like when Eddie the Eagle used to go down the ski jump. You know, the big ski jump. It's got like that lovely finish. You can just picture Eddie the Eagle zooming off the end of there, can't you? I want to go and see the movie. I nearly went to see the movie yesterday, actually. Nearly went to see it yesterday, but I will go. Other movies are available. But yeah, then look at that. So that's I'll check that word, but I think it's Shamber. And they're lovely, aren't they? Go to a maximum of 30mm drop, start at 11mm, and they're really pretty. I love those. $9.95. Now you might think, ooh, Zine, that's good. $4.98 each. Yeah, it is good, isn't it? But we just got to £2.98 for each of those. Oh, dear. So naughty. £2.98 each. Isn't that incredible for genuine gemstones, Sarah?
And this is almost like a ready-made necklace if you
Well,
want
it
it
is,
to
isn't
be.
it?
If you want it to be, because all I've done with mine before
Yeah.
is I've just laid them out on my board, both sets, and just taken the smallest and then the smallest for the next one,
Yeah.
and then the next one and the next one from each set, and put them next to each, and you end up with a full neckline that's completely graduated. And I've done it once. I've put little chainmail drops in between the central few.
Yeah.
And I've done little wire drops before now with it as well. So you can do lots of little things in between them. Or just if you got those gold jump rings,
Yeah.
one jump ring in between each one.
Absolutely. All the silver spacers, the big 6x5mm that you had in your kits today.
Yeah.
They'd look smashing with green aventurine, wouldn't they? What a brilliant deal. If you've been looking at the different gemstones we've had in these and thought, I love them, but you haven't had the price point, well, I tell you what, or you haven't had the budget available, sure, I mean, £2.98 a strand, that's less than a cup of coffee, isn't it? In a restaurant or in a, takeaway. That's incredible. Margaret, Dorothy, Karina, good luck on these. Oh my goodness me, the floodgates have just opened. Lovely spring colour and nature colour as well.
It is, and it's a lovely colour to add, your floral tones to if you want to. So have this as your faux colour. Maybe if you got the kit with the bead scoop in, with all the pinks and purples, use those to make the back of the neckline.
Good idea. Oh, Sabrina. Oh, you are lovely. One of the Charlie's Angels. She said, I think the word you want is chamfer. Pronounced chamfer. Oh, I did get it. I got it right. I actually remembered it. Sabrina, I love you because I used to be Sabrina. I used to pretend to be Sabrina at the Charlie's Angels. Sabrina. Great name. Thank you for telling me I was right, chamfer. Brilliant. Thank you, lovely girl. Oh, loads have you got? Oh, Jacqueline's had two. Oh, and Karina's had two. Oh, good for you, girls. Why not? They're lovely, aren't they? Oh, adding the Tyne and Weir's on. Come on then, lovely Anne. You can have these for £2.98 for each set. Ooh. Right then, they're lovely. Thanks for that, Dee. Brilliant deal. Oh, I've got some back to the blues. Oh, we've got some more layouts. Now, we had these in rose quartz earlier, but I love when you get big gemstones of sodalite because the white, the calcite white and the denim blue really gets exact. Look at that. This is why I love sodalite in these big pieces because these lovely royal blues, like a china teapot with all that lovely white calcite, I think they're fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And imagine if you alternated that with the rose quartz ones that we had earlier, if you saw them. Still on the website, they're really cheeky price. They are 150 carats. Get in. Oh, I love them. These are one of my favourite new layouts, these are. I think they're brilliant.
They are beautiful. And again, that lapis lazuli that was in the kit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they work beautifully together. So you have the darker, sort of more sultry blues of the lapis, and then you have
the
that
lighter sort of denim blues there. That's great.
My favourite stretchy bracelet is lapis and sodalite.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to try one of them then because I love my stretches. Yeah. I do. They are. I mean, just look at the size of that one there. Look at the size of that. Just one of them. I mean, one of them again on a lovely, totally neutral, totally unisex. One of those on a piece of leather cord. Yeah. Or tell you what I'm thinking. One of these aren't. Now, I'm picking blue. You don't have to pick blue, but I'd probably go blue. Or the white. One of them on the stainless steel necklaces, look. Wouldn't that look wicked? Just one of them on there. Just a nice pair of jeans.
It's just so effortlessly elegant, but sophisticated at the same time.
What a great idea that is. Love that. Brilliant. Okay, let's get... Oops, daisy. Oh, sorry. Now, we should be. Don't you love the should be? But ignore it. It's going to go away. We just don't look at it. Oh, I tell you, she's a monkey. No way. £5.90. Oh, we love D. It's blue. What was she going to do? What was Dion going to do? And it was blue. Do you know what? I love those end pieces as well. But if you think, oh, I don't think they go with that, I think they do. That for me makes those layouts. But if you just want to separate the sort of tie shapes out, you feel free to do so. They're wicked, aren't they?
So the extra bits give me a really Art Deco feel to that.
That's what I love, the extra bits. Some people love them, some people don't. So it's one of them. But I love them. I think they're great. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 soda lights on there. Look, Christine just said, you know what, Zena, at that price, I'll have 4. Susan said, at that price, Zena, 2 you can send to Norfolk, and then collector in County Antrim. See, well, you post some of them over to me as well. Yeah, thank you. Lots of you coming in. Lots of you coming in. I've never seen them go to £5.90. Do you know, at that price, if we'd have had enough of these, we'd have made them a star buy, but we haven't got enough to go around, I'm afraid. So I tell you what, just a quick... Oh, hello, Bernadette. Bernadette's just got them. Well done, Bernadette. Thanks for texting in earlier as well. Tina's just had 2. I'll tell you what Sylvia's just had 2. Oh, hang on. There's a bit of a theme starting. Well, let's work it out right. So if they should be £10.95, they should be, what's that, £22, £21.90 for 2. And if you just got them £5.95, you got them for £11.90. That's a massive difference, isn't it?
It is. It's a huge saving.
Huge saving.
And if you're thinking, you know, looking at that, thinking, great, I've got that saving, I can put that towards get some featured beads for the neckline or those necklaces that we've just seen.
Everything you save, you can treat you something different, can't you? And that's why I always buy in bulk, buy when the deals are on, because it doesn't make sense not to, does it?
No, and at that price, it doesn't make sense not to buy those.
Yeah,
they're amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the trend is continuing. Bernadette's got 2, Sylvia's got 2, Collector in Kent's got 2, Ulia's come in and got 2. Now, I've just had the last 5 people come in on the telephone. Anita, Lazina, Ulia, Lucy, Harold, Jacqueline, all just come in on the telephone. So when I read those names out of Lana, Juanita, Anne, collectors in Merseyside, in Meath, Ellen, Jacqueline, you all just got it in your baskets yet to check out. Another one just coming on the telephone, and our lovely Kathleen. Well done, Kathleen. Well done. Well done. Brilliant deal. Fantastic deal. Oh, got my favourite gemstone. I haven't seen my favourite gemstone in weeks on Jewellery Maker. Oh, my goodness me. She's going to be a star buy. 10 minutes. If I had to live with one gemstone ever. Oh, my goodness me. See, this for me, I know we shouldn't have our favourites, but we do. This is my gemstone. This is the gemstone that if I were to sort of, you know, tell you what I believe should be the ultimate gemstone on planet Earth, this would be it for me. An incredible, and this is a phenomenal grade of the, as far as I'm concerned, the most essential gemstone of luxury on planet Earth. The phenomenal, the natural, the ultra desirable chrome diopside. We'll do this for you in about 10 minutes and counting, you lucky things. Oh, I'll tell you what, honestly, Sarah, I could wax lyrical about chrome diopside every second of my life for the remainder of my life and never get tired.
Do you know, your favourite gemstone and my favourite gemstone are meant to go together.
What's yours?
Amethyst.
Oh, you're amethyst, are you? Yeah, well, amethyst and chrome diopside. Yeah, purple and green. You're so right, my friend. Oh. Showstopper! Well, how did we slot? I got another showstopper! Ooh! Ooh! Just so many people that are so in love with chalcedony. Chalcedony it feels very ethereal. I think that's the word I would always use. There's something very dreamy about chalcedony. You seem to go into a dream-like trance whenever you see, look at those, oh my, sea blue chalcedonies, aren't they beautiful? Look, can you see why? It's like when you think of the atolls in sort of the Maldives or somewhere exotic like St. Lucia or the Dominican Republic or Jamaica. You imagine and picture the seas that we've all seen in the catalogues, haven't we? I've had the good fortune to go to the Maldives once in my lifetime with absolutely the wrong man, but there you go. The place was still romantic and beautiful, just took the wrong fella. Well, I found out he was the wrong fella. Anyway, beautiful, dreamy, faceted drops. One of the earliest materials and gemstones ever used by mankind, ever. Beautiful translucency. Now, what does a translucent mean? You might be thinking, what does she mean? Okay, well, when you've got a gemstone like a clear quartz, okay, that's transparent. If you've got an opaque gemstone like the turquoise that we had earlier and you can't see through it, then it's opaque. If you've got a gemstone like this where you sort of can't fully see through it, but you can a bit, then it's translucent. That's the easiest way I can describe it to you. So that is a translucent look, because you can see through it a little bit, like a veil on a bride, but you can't see through it fully. Now I've got to show you those on my neckline because, and I tell you what, we've proper stacked that together, haven't we? Yeah. Can't even separate those apart. They're so stacked together. Look at these. Oh, customer said they would be beautiful for a beachside wedding, jewellery. Yeah, a beachside. I can't speak. A beachside wedding. Oh yeah, wouldn't they just? I've never been to a beachside wedding. Have you, Sarah?
No, I haven't. Seen quite a few when I've been on holiday, and they've
had
weddings on the beach.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen one. Have you seen one, Dion? I've just been to one. Oh, were they nice? Oh, it's lovely. Oh, in Jamaica? Oh, I've just said Jamaica. I'll get you. She didn't go somewhere. She has to go somewhere posh, doesn't she?
I know.
Aren't they lovely though? Look at those. They're just beautiful, beautiful. Oh, just. Oh yes. I'm just imagine those set in a tiara. Yeah, for something blue, because again, a lot of brides would like that age-old poem of, you know, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, but they don't want a full-on blue. They want something really subtle.
Yes.
You can't get much more subtle than like an aquamarine or a sea blue chalcedony, can you?
That's it. It's really gentle. It's really subtle.
Gentle, yeah.
But it's so, as you say, it is very ethereal. It's very. It's almost like soft focus. They are just, you know,
yeah, exactly.
You know, when you see them, you just go into this really soft, gentle feeling. They're beautiful.
Yeah, they're like you're in a hammock.
Yes.
On an exotic island by the ocean.
That's
just
it.
dreamily having a little sway in the breeze. Deborah said, "Oh, they really glow. They do, don't they, Deborah? They really glow. They're lovely." Let's get a pricing, otherwise we're all going to be asleep, relaxing, aren't we? I'll tell you what, I'm nearly there. I'm like that. I'm in an exotic waterfall with a handsome Tom Cruise or Gerard Butler or Harrison Ford. Oh, somebody just said, I went to a beachside wedding once, one that I seen on the telly. You were there in spirit, weren't you, chick? Right then, let's do it. $14.95? Nah. It's an amazing price, but we've got Dion in the chair and it's got blue in it. Do you know? Right, this is what I think sometimes when we forget, right? Because we've just taken it down £5 and we think £5, yes, sounds brilliant. But when you think it's £5 off a £15 price, that's 33% saving.
Amazing, isn't it?
For 2/3 of the price it should be.
And this strand
is huge.
Got so many gemstones on there.
Yeah, look at that.
When you take these off and you start using them, they're going to be much a longer strand. Because you're going to, of course, you know, if you're using them in a neckline, you're going to have some spaces or some smaller gemstones in between.
Yep. Do you know, I think you're quite right actually there, Sarah, because that strand is a bit deceptive. Can I tell you how many's on there? Because some people might be thinking, 9 centimetres, that's not very long by Jewellery Maker standards. Jump at, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. See what I mean? 22, 24, 26, 28, 34. Wouldn't have thought that, would you? So despite the fact that it's a 9 centimetre strand, there are 34 dreamy sea blue chalcedonies there. That's brilliant. Well done. A lot of people buying twos. A lot of you with it in your baskets. 29p each, that is. Isn't that incredible? 29p each. Wow. They make lovely earrings, wouldn't they, with all that beautiful facet work.
And just, you know, one on a quite a long length of sterling silver chain.
That's the phase. That's
yeah.
the sort of the craze at the moment, isn't
Wish
it?
my neck was longer. I could have the long drawers.
Oh, well, I've started wear. That's kind of the earrings I'm making at the moment. Long chains, and I wear them with just a drop one pearl on. I've got some peach pearl that I wear them on, and I've got some Herkimer quartz on, and they look lovely. Now I've just had a message from Zoe. Hello, Zoe in Essex. What'd she say? She went, "Oh, hi. Can we see the AAA grade Labradorite again? Can we do that for Zoe? Is that all right?" Yeah. I'm not going to say no, are we, Zoe? I'll show you them on the recording. AAA grade. It is the most outstanding Labradorite strand. It really, really is. And we gave you a £10 saving on this as well. Look at these. Wow. I mean, don't look at that thinking, well, is it just the big one? No, every single one of these with the most enchanting depth of royal blue, turquoise and purples. It really is. I mean, look at it as it lights as you go around. Now I keep going on about this one here because can you see here? Look, you've got all the different backdrop shades of Labradorite in one outstanding strand. Every one of those, all 150 carats. Every single one of them. I did count them for you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 on there. Can't guarantee you 15, but I can guarantee you 150 carats of AAA grade, and we went to under £60. That takes each one of those outstanding Labradorites, AAA grade, to less than £4 a piece. They are exceptional, exceptional. A lot of you coming in on these now. You've just seen them. You've realised they're AAA grade. I would urge that because it's AAA grade, because it's so exceptional, you do ask the call centre on 0800 644 655 to get your authenticity cards. I mean, just for these two alone, that would be worth getting the authenticity gift card. And because there's 15 on there with one large one, you can pair them up because they're mirrored in size all the way up if you wanted to make earrings. Now, Vanda just said in Lancashire, oh, you've had snow up there today, somebody was telling us, Vanda. My daughter got married at Clearwater Beach in Florida in November, and it was beautiful. Oh, congratulations, Vanda. How magical. Oh, I hope you had a lovely time. You sound as though you did, just the way you've written that message. How lovely. Wow, beautiful. Well done, Vanda. Congratulations to your lovely daughter. I hope she had a lovely day. Right then, $59.95, AAA grade. So there you go, Zoe, my lovely girl, as asked, my darling. Well done. Okay, right then. We've got another star buy. We are very much towards the end of this show, but we have one last cheeky, dazzling star buy for you. Oh, I've got it down below the desk, and it's one of those things, you know, when you think, you know, when you like got something that lovely, like when you're a kid and you don't want to share it with anyone. Do you know what I will do? Everybody's thinking, well, that's the idea, Zane. But it's something, oh gosh, you know when you get excited and suddenly you get loads of saliva coming into your mouth? That's just what happened then. Sorry. If I do dribble, I'll apologise, but I'm likely to dribble. In fact, I feel like I'm going to dribble out the side of my mouth. Now then, look, I'm holding them out for you because I want you to see this glow. A glow that an emerald just cannot deliver because of this high refractive index. Oh my goodness gracious, look at every single one of those. This is glorious. I mean, absolutely glorious. This is what I love as well. Now, when you think about emerald, king of green gemstones indeed, but with green emerald, you get all different shades, don't you, depending on the emerald, depending on the location. Because we only bring you the highest grade of chrome dioxide from eastern Siberia in Russia, the Russian chrome dioxide, guaranteed, totally natural, totally genuine. Every time we bring you chrome dioxide, I can promise you that. Totally authentic, one location, and the best location on this planet for this gemstone. Every time you'll get the best grade, guaranteed. The only thing is, I don't know how long we're going to be able to bring you chrome diopside genuinely, because they can only mine it for 10 to 12 weeks of the year. That's it. So if you think 52 weeks in the year, aren't there? So for 40 to 42 weeks, they can't mine it because of the conditions, because it's so extreme. So a lot, and there is talk that they're not going to mine any this year. I don't know why. I don't know where the rumours come from, but the real concern in the gem trade for 2016 is there will be no mining of. That's not a guarantee. We don't know, but that is what we're hearing. You know what that's going to do to the supply. And then ultimately, when a gemstone becomes so short of supply, guess what happens to the price? High grade, top quality, exceptionally rare. Now, if I were to tell you, look at that carat weight. Now, you might think 75 carats, yeah, fantastic. That's the understatement of the century. If you ever are lucky enough to own 0.5, I'm talking half a carat of this gemstone, you have got a real treat on your hands. I don't still understand, until I came to Jewellery Maker, I have never, in all my years of being a presenter of gemstones in jewellery, I never dreamed that in one strand I would ever see that level of carat weight, and especially at this quality as well. Because also, of course, when let's think about it, right? If you're a jeweller and you get offered chrome diopside, right? You would snatch every piece that you could because it's so rare. But equally, if you had it uncut, you'd maximise the carat weight, wouldn't you? Because you'd think, do you know what? If it's going to cost me this much money, I've got to make the most profit margin out of it that I can. So most jewellers out there, totally understandably, cut for carat weight size. I get it. Of course, we want the biggest carat that we can, but when it comes to chrome dop, there's something really, really special that you have to do, and we do it. We're one of the few people that do it. We insist, because it's such a spectacular stone. We insist that we cut for beauty, not just, we try and maintain the carat weight where we can for you, of course we do. But we will not ever cut just for carat weight, because when you've got a stone that is this gorgeous, but only if you cut it correctly, because every gemstone has a critical angle to ensure that full level of saturation. This is something very, very special. This is one of those gemstones that you yearn to own. When you kind of get your first strand, even if it's your last strand, because you can only sort of get one, you will always feel different to how you feel now. Does that make sense? Because you've had something so incredibly rare and something so beautiful. That's how I feel. I could get, quite honestly, you know, when you see actors on the telly and they burst into tears, and you think, how do they manage to just think of something? I feel so emotionally attached to chrome diopside. And I talk from experience, because I've got a lot of chrome diopside jewellery, a lot. Earrings, pendants, bracelets, massive solitaire ring. I really am obsessed with chrome diopside. I think it is one of the most luxurious gemstones you will ever have the good fortune to own. I truly do believe that. And you're going to feel emotionally connected, and I could do that. I could do that with a chrome diopside. I could just immediately burst into tears of joy, genuinely. Right, we're going to ignore that price. It's brilliant, it's phenomenal, but again, as it's Jewellery Maker, we want you to feel phenomenal. Now, do me a favour, search, would you, for chrome diopside. Have a look at the jewellery, generally set into white gold, platinum, yellow gold. You won't very often see it in silver, so again, that could be your unique selling point. Set your chrome diopside into silver, and you've got something special then, something that hardly anybody else does. 75 carats, and we've gone to $69.95. I tell you now, that is unbelievable. Now, I'm not preaching to the converted when it comes to gemstone connoisseurs. You'll know what a good deal that is. But for some of us that are new to gemstones, we might not fully appreciate, so therefore, get your chrome diopside from us. I guarantee you it's best grade, and we cut for beauty, which not many people do. You've got 30 days to have a look at it. 30 days. Now, I'm showing you it in a studio light. This isn't going to give you a hint of the glow that you're going to get in natural daylight. Wait till you see this for yourselves. I mean, how do you feel about it, Sarah?
Oh, to me, it's just a mesmerising gemstone. Oh. It just draws you right into it. It's
like you fall into it.
You do.
Yeah.
And it's just an amazing colour.
Yeah.
It's just breathtaking. And I have been lucky enough to work with this gemstone in the past. And it was such a joy to
Yeah.
work with.
It is, isn't it?
Even to see.
Privilege.
It is.
100%.
And if you've never ever had the privilege of getting this gemstone and having, you know, a look at it close up too,
Oh,
do get this home,
yeah.
look at it, you'll fall in love with it. And if you don't, you've always got your guarantee there.
Absolutely.
But I don't think that will happen.
No.
Personally.
Well, we have a 2% returns rate.
Yeah.
2% returns rate. I bet you, I'll be surprised if it's even 0.5% or 1% on Chrome Dopside. In fact, I'm willing to guess, I bet we're near a 0.0% on Chrome Dopside. I'm sorry, but that's how confident I am about this gemstone. Please get your authenticity gift card, please, because you want it to tell you that it's Chrome Dopside and you want it to say natural and you want it to say Russia. You want those things. They are paramount to the value of your Chrome Dopside. They really, really are. Now, I've got all my collectors coming in. I've got Susan in Norfolk. I've got Eileen in Cheshire. You will never regret the purchase of this strand. I'm so confident. Jane in Yorkshire, Mr. D in Lincolnshire, Jane in Cambridgeshire. I've got collectors in Neathport, Talbot. I've got West Midlands collectors. I've got Heather in Lincolnshire having to think about this. I appreciate it's a considered strand at £70, £69.95, but not when you add the fact that that price tag is with such a rare gemstone of Chrome Dopside. It is sensational. Well done. Do you know what? Do you know when you feel like, this is the difference of Chrome Dopside versus other gemstones. You know, sometimes like you wear a cotton t-shirt or a cotton jumper. Feels all right, it's cotton. Yeah. But then if you've ever had the good fortune to own like cashmere, do you know what I mean? Or merino wool, that kind of thing, and you go up a grade. That's kind of what you're doing when you go to a Chrome Dopside. You're in the, and when I wear Chrome Dopside, I feel like I'm enveloped in luxury. Can't explain it any other. I don't care if it's one pendant. Immediately, for me, it's how pearls make people feel. Yeah. I feel so special. Oh, it's just one of those. One of those will do that. I promise you. I love them. Oh, I could really get emotional when it comes to that. Sorry, what do you want to do next? I can't cope after Chrome Dopside. I really, literally can't cope. I can't cope after Chrome Dopside. I go all gooey and giggly and giddy and... Oh, should we move that post-it? No. It's attractive. Right then. How about some emerald green? Oh, can you imagine doing a piece of jewellery on Chrome Dopside with green wire? Oh. And gold. Yeah. Oh, I'm heaven. I'm in heaven. I'm done. Oh, 50 metres as well. And again, it's the versatile 0.6mm, you lucky things. We haven't given you anything naughty. We've gone for the ultimate versatile wire. Do you know what? Let's just get the price in. We've been really naughty on wire today. We started with an early bird gets the wire. 0.6mm, not 0.4, not 0.25 for boom at $6.95. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer. $6.95. Incredible. Grab it while you can. Grab it while you can. I've just really quickly before I go, because somebody asked for some jump rings. They're not any jump ring. They are. Look at this. Imagine doing a Mobius ring with those. 3 of those.
Yeah, it'd look amazing.
Pooh! I tell you what, wouldn't that be great for gents as well? Because that's a proper big jump ring, isn't it? Oh, how many of these do we get? 50, and they're 18mm. Wowzers! I'd love to see chainmail in that. They are brilliant. Let's do it. $9.95. $9.95. I've got to be ever so quick and say thank you to Sarah as well, but got to get those in for you. Silver, plated, copper, twisted wire link jump rings. 18mm in size, 50 of them. Congratulations. Right, I have got to say a massive thank you to you, lovely girl.
Thank you very much.
You've been brilliant. Your demo's fantastic. So many messages about how wonderful your jewellery has been today. So thank you, my lovely girl.
My pleasure.
Thank you. When we see you next, just quickly?
I believe I'm in on the 3rd.
On the 3rd.
Yes.
Fantastic. Right, next weekend. Right then, please stay with us. I'll be back with you tomorrow on the afternoon show at 1 o'clock, but don't go anywhere. Lots more fantastic deals on the lovely Jewellery Maker to come after the break.
Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Obsidian is an amorphous structure and is actually in fact a natural glass. Obsidian is formed during volcanic activity, and depending on its inclusions, such as mica, can often take on very different looks. Mica inclusions give the stone a beautiful golden shimmer, and you can also see this in rainbow colours as well. Due to its relative strength and hardness, obsidian has been carved over the years to fashion all sorts of ornamental material. It's also been used to carve spearheads and weapons as well, making obsidian a very important stone to ancient cultures.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy to follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
Tune into Jewellery Maker for the home show, where we'll be demonstrating how to apply your favourite technique to accessorise your home.
Good afternoon, jewellery makers. Hello one and all. It's so fantabulous to be with you here today. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and I don't know if you know this, but it's Treat Tuesday already. It's flown by, haven't it? Hasn't it? Great start to the show. We have got so many goodies for you. If you haven't seen us do Treat Tuesday before, we do it every other Tuesday. So if you see me and you see my entire team, then you know on a Tuesday afternoon we're going to be doing Treat Tuesday. And that means so many new ins, you'll think it's the new show, but it's not. It's Jewellery Maker. Second off, you'll see things that you probably haven't seen in a really long time. Really unusual gemstones, including really interesting and unusual findings. We're talking illegal price points that we get all those emails from the managers about, going, hey guys, seriously, $6.95, don't go any lower, and then we pretend that our email's been broken for the last year and a half. You'll also be getting the likes of a competition whereby you get to win a piece created by our guest designers today. And our guest designer today, I have to say, it feels like so long since I've seen her, and so long since a lot of us have seen her actually. She's back. It's been weeks and weeks and weeks, and a long time before that as well. She's come back off her jollies. Once she turns her mic on, we'll say hello to her. She is a wonderful guest designer. I think she brought a whole new life and a whole new look to kind of Kumihimo that we here at Jewellery Maker perhaps hadn't seen before. Today, I am joined by the wonderful Delia Smith of Jewellery Maker. It is the wonderful Prue. Hi, Prue.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm very well indeed and delighted to be back. It has been a long time.
How long's it been, Prue?
About 5 or 6 weeks, yes.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I'm a busy girl always, but I have had a little holiday as well, so.
Tell me about it. Please make us all jealous.
Well, you will feel jealous because I went to Grenada, which was lovely and very relaxing and very beautiful. But holidays are also very inspiring, aren't they, with all the colours, the textures you see, the sand and the sea and everything. So it gives, I think, creatively a holiday gives you a real boost as well.
That is a good enough excuse for all of us to go on holiday. And that's why we love Prue, isn't it? Prue, you have been away for a while and you've come back with a vengeance. You truly, truly have. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to be looking at today, please.
Well, we've got some really great cords to use today, which are absolutely perfect for kumihimo, and for other purposes as well. And I think, again, as a jewellery maker, you want things to be multi-purpose, don't you? You don't want to just be able to use something for one purpose. You want to be able to use it for other things. So even for those who aren't interested in kumihimo, this is going to be a great kit, and some beautiful gemstones as well.
Now, we have had a look at this thread, and it has actually only been seen once before, but it's never been worked into kumihimo like this before. And we're calling it a satin cord, but you refer to it as a different type of cord.
I have come across this type of cord called knotting cord, and that's because it does knot extremely well.
Yes.
It really takes a knot well because it has a slight texture in it. So that gives you all sorts of opportunities. So a lot of my designs incorporate kumihimo and a bit of knotting as well.
Because you have created, when we talk about knotting, our mind will instantly go to the likes of pearl knotting, which of course this would be great for, but you've done a beautiful rose quartz bracelet in the centre there that you've knotted in between. These strands then are perfect for that. And what is the reason? Why is it so great for this sort of thing?
It grips the knots really, really well. Also, it's very fine. So on gemstones of this size, you can get 2 strands through the bead.
Wow.
So which means that you can do a sort of double knot. So you don't have to do the more complicated knot where you're just using 1 strand.
Yes.
This is easy peasy knotting, which we all want, don't we?
I want easy peasy knotting. Do you? We've got so many treats coming up for you today, and I do have that competition, which I'll tell you more about later. Basically, today is going to keep you on your toes. I'm sure you've all had a really, really busy and brilliant Easter weekend. And today, we're kind of going to give you the chance to treat yourself. I've got so many goodies today, you won't even believe me. If I say to you white gold, have some of your ears just gone like a golden retriever? They have, haven't they? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, white gold for you today. I've got chain coming up. This is a separate thing. I've got chain coming up, but it is a very precious metal chain. I have got gemstone strands that are going to knock your socks off, including a brand new turquoise in a shape I have never ever seen before. Honestly, that's just a skimming of the top of what we've got today. Truly, today must be one of our most exciting days we've had in a very, very, very long time. So you're going to be absolutely over the moon that you've joined us today. You truly are. Do you want to get started? Should we dive on in? Should we? Let's do it. Where would you like to start? I'm going to start off with something simple, easy peasy, great to work with, and I'm going to start off with some slabs. Now, these are agate slabs. You may well have seen them once or twice before, but if you haven't, let me just speak you around them. You know what I mean. What I've got here essentially is a geode, and that is a way in which a lot of gemstones are formed. A lot of them will form inside a porous rock, and what happens is all the elements get sucked into this rock and they kind of crystallize inside. As you can see, what we've done here is we've got the geode. If you imagine these all fit together, imagine they do. Obviously, they're slightly different sizes. But imagine that's like a geode. That's kind of the outside of your geode. You've got all the rough there. What we've done is we've taken a slice all the way through the geode, taken off each of these individual elements so that you don't just get the rough, you also get that phenomenal natural stained glass window internally. You get the drill hole with these, which is something we've only recently started to do. We started to do that because so many of you were asking. Not everyone knows exactly how to, for example, prong set or wire wrap around pieces like this. So we put that drill hole in there, which makes it great for beginners. It means that if you want to, you can just pop this on a nice piece of cord and wear it kind of a long length on the body. Or if you do want to, you can of course practice your wire wrapping, your prong setting perhaps with this, but you've got the added security there if you would need it to make this a really wearable selection. Now, ladies and gentlemen, truly today we're taking this to a whole other level. We really are. Treat Tuesday, we're starting with a bang. You saw the arrows, I saw the arrows. That means the price has been dropped down. We're starting off Treat Tuesday the way we mean to go on. £7.95. It shouldn't have been that, I can tell you that for nothing. You saw the arrows, I saw the arrows. You will definitely be getting 4 pieces of these, and you will definitely be getting this beautiful blue colour. But like you can see on the picture, the shapes of those ones slightly different. Each of them will have a drill hole, so you have always got that security, but every single one of these is unique and individual and different. Very much like your pieces of jewellery that you make yourself. Now, this price point for these is something very special indeed. And what I would say is, jewellery makers, if maybe you're brand new to us and you're not entirely sure kind of who we are and what we do predominantly talk about jewellery, but we also talk about the likes of homeware. I'm a card maker and a shoe designer, and we talk a lot about different mediums. If you are someone who's maybe just venturing into jewellery making and you're wondering what else you could do with these if jewellery making isn't for you, well, I love the idea of putting these in a box frame. I think that would be beautiful as unique and individual art in the home. Really pretty, just to attach those to a really nice box frame. Or of course, you can have them as almost scenes. I know a lot of people will have the likes of potpourri and I always call it pot puree, which I think makes it sound like some sort of noodle snack, doesn't it? Potpourri, and I know lots of people have you know, candle holders that have genuine stones in them and rocks in them. Additions like this will really add a unique texture, but of course a genuine gemstone as well. Lovely to have you all on board with us today. I hope you have had a fantastic Easter. Did you stuff your face with chocolates, Prue?
Oh yes.
Oh,
Yes. No, you've got to. That's what Easter is for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be, but it is. It's about eating. But I haven't eaten them all, so I've got some for when I get home.
Brilliant.
I think I'll deserve them after a show.
You definitely will. Prue, for some reason, there's something about you that I think makes me feel like you kind of know everything about jewellery and about a lot of important things in life. Do you know why Easter egg chocolate tastes better than other chocolate? Is there a scientific reason, Prue?
No, but I think it's one of those mysteries of life that needs to stay a mystery.
Oh.
I think that's all part of the mystique.
The mystique. I think Prue knows, she just doesn't want us all to know. That's what I think. Do feel free to text in any questions for Prue today. She's with us until 5. And honestly, her piece and her teaching are astonishing. So do feel free to text us in. It's 60777. So text with the word JM Studio. And don't forget, the likes of turquoise in the shapes I've not seen, genuine white gold, precious metal chains, an astonishing sunstone, which is going to be a Treat Tuesday offer. It's going to be taken to the lowest ever price seen today. The quality of this is unignorable. It is absolutely fantastical. That's coming up for you. Not long to wait on that one at all. And also, I've got something else very special coming up for you at the top of this hour. If you tuned in yesterday, you would have seen myself with Tracy. And well, I was with Tracy and Colin yesterday. Colin's our channel manager, and he worked alongside me yesterday. He's basically, he wants to get to know more about the channel and how we do things, and he himself has worked within the jewellery trade for 10 years. He hasn't sort of worked so much along the genuine gemstone field, so it was great to kind of, he was so interested in kind of all the history and folklore and tale and structures of gemstones that we were talking about yesterday. But he was over the moon with the pieces Tracy had made. He'd never heard of silver clay. And what Tracy actually did yesterday was took some vintage findings like this and made a mould of them so that she could then make her own silver clay pieces. And it was a piece very similar to this that she worked with. So if you missed out on that yesterday, these did sell out. It wasn't the same shape, it was different, but the ones very similar to this did sell out. And if you do want to watch back on that, do feel free. And if you want to get your hands on this, then it's coming up around the top of the hour, so not long to wait at all. Well done to everyone who got their hands on that. Okay. I am going to head on over now because I don't know about you, but I am feeling my creative bones are tingling. And I want to get started on these demonstrations because I know we've got loads to show you with Prue today. Let me bring the important things, the tablet and the brew. Now, you've already had a little nosy at some of the pieces that Prue has created, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to get your hands on the components that are needed to create these. Now, you've had a lot of fun here with all the different textures, haven't you? And you had quite a few elements to this kit. Is it quite nice to have such a vast amount of treats to play with?
It's nice in one way because you can just go crazy, but you've actually got to narrow it down, so there's so much choice. So I mean, there is a negative side to it, if you can call it that. You've got so much choice. I've got to decide what I'm going to show. So I think really each one of these sort of styles that I've used, I could have done a whole selection in that vein, let's say.
Definitely.
But so no, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed working with it.
I'm glad you had a lot of fun with it. I truly am. Now, let me just shimmy this out of the way because I'm going to start with the cords. Now, these cords only ever been seen once before, never ever been used by Prue before from our pieces here at Jewellery Maker. Now, for anyone who's just tuned in, this is, and looking at it now and feeling it, a very different kettle of fish than what we're used to. We've just described this as your satin cord, but it doesn't feel or look like the satin cord.
It's got a lovely
I'm used
texture,
to.
hasn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now tell us a little bit about this and why it is so different from our usual.
It actually is very well behaved because it doesn't tangle at all. When you've got quite long lengths of it, you'll find it's not going to tangle. I mean, everything will tangle if you make it.
Of course.
But, you know, with kumihimo, things can tangle quite easily. This won't tangle easily because I was using multiple lengths of it, 16, and in one style I used 32 lengths for one braid. So there are a lot of cords, and so they just hang nicely from the disc. I haven't come across it quite as fine as that. I have come across this type of thing and really loved working with it, but never as fine as this. And what that gives you is the opportunity to use it as a threading material, to do all the things that you would do with Eslon, but you've got a different range of colours and you've got a different drape to the end product.
Yes.
So not only does it feel different now, but it will feel different in the braid as well. It has a really nice drape to it.
It's absolutely, just looking at how fine this is. The great thing about having a fine cord is the fact that it is going to go through the likes of your gems distinction strand. It's likely to go through a lot of your pearls. And like we said earlier, you know, it can be sort of referred to as a knotting cord. And that's exactly what we've done here. It gives such a stunning fluidity that, again, I wouldn't expect with a satin cord.
No, that's a much more rigid structure. This is good. You're right, fluidity is the perfect word for it.
You can see that fluidity, can't you? You can see how beautiful that movement is, and it's very simply by knotting in between. Now, you said that this is a kind of a bit of a cheat way of doing the knotting.
I didn't say cheat, I said easy peasy. There's no cheating in jewellery making if you can make it work.
That sounds like a cheat line to me.
Does it to you? I just had to step in quickly then.
So it's an easy peasy cheat type of cord to work with then. Why is this a great one to use and an easy peasy way to knot?
Because it's so beautifully fine, you can get 2 strands, possibly more, through your gemstones. So you've got the 2 cords, so you just do a double knot, like a shoelace knot. That
as
sort of
opposed
thing.
to getting the
as
one
opposed
piece
to
in.
getting the knot and having to draw it close to the bead. Where with the double knot, you're pulling it close to the bead anyhow, so you don't have that problem that you might get a little gap. You just it's a brilliant way of doing it. But you've also got the lovely colours, and I think in that with that rose quartz, that really works as well.
Really makes it pop, doesn't it? It really, really does. Now, of course, you can knot with this, you can do kumihimo with this, which obviously we've got Prue on with us today, so we will be showing you that. Right now, though, let's show you what price we're going to do on these really new cords. Chasing Rainbows Jewellery Collection, all of the cords, newer than most cords, very unusual satin cord indeed. Your price point should be almost £40. An acceptable, okay price?
Yes, because there's a lot of cord there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 50 metres on each reel. That's a massive amount of cord.
£24.95 we've just rolled this down to for you. That is a mammoth price drop. And also what I would say is like you very rightly said, you know, it's not just a kumihimo cord, it's not your average satin cord. Our satin cord in general is 1 mil. This is 0.5 mil, so it is going to go through those gemstones really easily. It has got a beautiful smoothness and almost rigidity in a sense to it, actually.
Yes.
Really stunning. stunning, stunning appeal and totally unique. I love the way that you've worked these together. It's almost a mosaic.
Yes, because you've got those lovely colours as well. That's the great thing about getting a collection like that with all the colours in one go. You can make some amazing braids just using all the different colours. Each one looks different.
At those. How you get this beautiful look. This is the Kumihimo look that we'll get. We've got over 10 of these in baskets. You have to be as quick as you can because this is a new collection to us here at Jewellery Maker and a new selection of cords, and that price point is a massive price drop on what we've had. We're just bringing you Treat Tuesday. As I said, we're giving you treats, treats, treats. So you do have to be quick if you want to get your hands on these. Now this that you're looking at here is a Kumihimo braid. For anyone who is new to us, Prue is going to tell us exactly what Kumihimo is, if you may.
Yes, well it's an ancient Japanese art which has developed over the centuries, and recently the foam disc has been introduced, relatively recently, which allows us as jewellery makers to use it freely, because up to now you had to use a large wooden stand. You had to balance the weights. It was a little bit more complex, really, actually very complex. But with the foam disc, it's easy peasy again.
Easy peasy.
The catchword for the day, I think. And you can do all sorts of amazing braids that you can match up with any of your gemstones. So again, this is a completely different look to the braid with the same kit of cords. And that, I'd just like to say, that is scratching the surface.
Really?
Yes. You know, really you can play around with a lot of, I mean, this is why I just didn't have to, I could have sat there for hours and hours and done hundreds of braids, and they all would have looked different, because with 8 colours, you think of all the different combinations.
There's so many different combos you can do.
And so these are 16 cord braids, and you can see that the braid also, the cord really really works into the braid nice. It's nice and smooth, so you really see the texture of the braid as well. So it was lovely to work with. I really enjoyed it.
It's just fantastic. You do have to be quick if you want to get your hands on these, though, because your name have gone off my screen. So that means we're getting low in stock now. Get them whilst you can. I'm really quickly going to bring you the gemstones now, very quickly, because I know that Prue's got a lot to show us. Really quickly going to bring you these gemstones because they are getting low in stock, and then we'll get into the step-by-step tuition, which you get, and you can watch back at your own leisure. So let me just grab this. Thank you, Michael. Now, got for you here your essential threading pack first off. So when we think of Kumihimo, we don't necessarily think of these, but actually you could Kumihimo with all of them.
Well, yes, definitely. I particularly use the beading thread a lot for Kumihimo, and the stretch is not so ideal for Kumihimo, but that's where you make your stretchy bracelets.
Of course it is, absolutely. And we can use these components and elements to add things on and clasp things if we wanted to. So really beautiful threading pack there with your elastic, beading thread and your monofilament. Then let's get down to the gemstones. Let's start off, if I may, with this labradorite. A really delicate round of labradorite. Don't get to see that many labradorite rounds at all, really, but actually lends itself perfectly to the likes of Kumihimo because of that shape and because of that size. A really delicate strand there. You've got a massive, actually, 115 carats worth on that, so really beautiful to be able to get your hands on it. I've then got for you the rose quartz. Now this is the rose quartz that we've used beautifully in the knotted bracelet that I showed you earlier on. It gives such a wonderful high shine glow due to that faceting, and again, unusual to see it in such large faceted rounds as this, but it does give you that real big pop of light. 150 carats worth, and those are 8 mil you've got there. Adding to the collection perfectly, these little ice drops. They're so wonderful in the rounds of the clear quartz. Now, what you're getting with that clear quartz is a gemstone that's really going to show off the different colours of your cords, aren't they, Prue?
Absolutely, yes. You could make 8 different bracelets with the 8 different cords, and you get a completely different look.
And because that look of the cord will shine through these and almost be magnified, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
And I think when you've got such a sumptuous and delicious kind of collection of colours, you probably want to do that. And last but by no means least, these big, bold rainbow fluorite, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is an opportunity we rarely get here at Jewellery Maker, to bring you such a mammoth range of your fluorite. It is a gemstone known for its fluorescence, and you can actually see an element of that on my hands now. It gives you so much brightness, so much of a glow, and that's due to the natural ability of this, which is to essentially gather in UV light and to release that into a glow. So it will literally glow upon the neckline, upon the décolletage, really brighten up that area of the skin, which of course is phenomenal. You can actually see some of that fluorescence glowing on the black bust behind it, but you'll get that even more in natural daylight. You don't get it with all fluorites. They have to be good quality, and they have to be, generally, you get it better with big bold piece, and I tell you what, these aren't half big bold pieces, they're 12 mil. They're mammoth. So let me reiterate, you're getting 4 strands of genuine gemstones. Don't forget, these aren't fake, plastic, made in a lab, nothing like that. They're all made by Mother Nature over hundreds of thousands of years. And you get the essential threading pack as well, with your monofilament beading thread and your elastic. Do not forget, if you're brand new, you get a starter booklet and a DVD, and it talks about these and how to use them in a really, really concise manner. Do treat yourself to this collection today, because we're doing a great little treat on the price. Should be under £30. I know. Please bear in mind for me that that is not your RRP. That's the price point that some of these have been dropped to recently, and that is a reflection of how much this would be were you to purchase it on our website right now. We're going to drop this down to one of the lowest prices of elements that we've seen in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, genuine gemstones we've got here, 4 strands, and all 3 of these essential packs. £18.95. Now, truly, due to the quality of that fluorite, I was having a little research of fluorite before, because I can't think of a time I've seen 12 mil for a long time. I couldn't find you a strand of 12 mil at a price lower than that. I couldn't find you an individual strand of rainbow fluorite at a lower price than that for just a 1 strand, because big bold pieces of fluorite with such an amount of clarity in those big pieces, and that kind of element of different colours, that is phenomenal price. It truly is, absolutely magnificent. So get your hands on it whilst you can, because we're going to dive on into our DI now so that we can get involved in this. And the piece we're going to be making today, you're going to want some more elements, you're going to want some spacers. I've got them for you in a little bit, so do stay tuned. Prue, where are we going to start off with this amazing piece, please?
Right. So this piece, we're going to start off with, Kumihimo often starts at one end and works its way through. So I thought with this, we'd start off with the clasp. So there's no additional findings on this particular piece. It's all worked into the design.
Yeah.
And this is where large round beads like these fantastic fluorites are excellent, because you can use them as part of your clasp.
Yes.
They can be part of a functioning part of the design, as well as beautiful in the front of the design. So that's what I've done there. So our starting point is 1 12 mil fluorite.
So we start off at this end here.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes, and then we work our way round to the other end.
Brilliant.
And again, your choice of cord, you can choose whatever colour you want, and each colour will have its own effect. So I've chosen to use this sort of dove grey come teal. It's such a sophisticated colour, I think. But if you wanted to use the bright purple, you'd get a very different effect, because you get a little bit peeping through the beads.
Yes.
So, you can make this design your own, really, which is the most important thing. And so the starting point for this is our bead, and then we want 4 2-metre lengths of cord. Now, I'm not going to cut them quite 2 metres now, because my arms will be way over the other side of the studio. So I'm going to cut 4 shorter lengths. So just measure up your first one, and then run it through your hands. So, whoops, that's going to get out of the way. So I've got 3 there, and then 4. Now, ideally, I'd like to get all 4 through the bead, but I'm not actually going to quite do that. So there's a clever trick we have, and you would rarely be able to get 4 cords through a bead. No. So I'm going to take 2 of the cords. Right, now where are we? So I've got, just need to cut them again. So I've got my lengths, there we go. So I'm going to take 2 of the cords and a piece of thin wire. So I've just used a bit of 0.4 wire.
Okay.
Whatever you've got, a little bit of cords, because we're going to use this to draw the cords through the bead. So just make a V out of the wire, a little needle really. Pull it so you've got the midpoint of the cords, like that, and then use that to pull it through the bead. And you might need to tug a little bit,
Okay.
but that, as I always say, a tight fit is a good fit in jewellery. So there we go, so we're through. That wasn't too much of a tight fit, was it? So just pull it through enough so that you can tie a knot.
Okay.
Remove the wire, and then tie an overhand knot close to the end of the cords. And we're actually going to cover that in the end. So just pull it nice and tight. If there are any loose bits, just pull on each individual cord and then pull them all through so there are no stragglers like that. I've got one straggler, so I just find which one it is. There we go. Pull it through like that. And we're going to be covering that knot at the end, so don't worry about that for now. Now open up the cords, 2 and 2. And then take your other 2 cords and find the midpoint of these. And again, this is where I'm saying this cord doesn't really tangle. It looks like a bit of a tangle, but it's got a beautiful silky feel to it. Find the midpoint, lay it over the bead like that, and then just tie the 2 that have gone through the bead in a knot, a double knot. So that's your shoelace knot or granny knot. There we go, 1, 2. There we go. Now I've got 8 cords, but today I'm not going to do the regular 8-cord braid. I'm going to do a 7-cord braid, which I have shown before. And the reason I'm doing this one, this positions I wanted the round labradorite to be positioned prettily around the braid. You know, it's all about choosing in advance, choosing what braid is going to do the job for you. So this is why I've chosen the 7-cord. Okay. And but you actually have to sort of change your disc a little bit. So what you need to do is turn your disc over, and then mark it on the back with 8 dots, 8 equally spaced dots. So just with a marker pen, place a dot under one of the slots, and then count along 4, because 4 8s are 32, another dot. So you're going to have 8 dots equally spaced around your disc.
Yeah. Fantastic.
There you go. And then, so you've got 8 cords. We're going to position them, but because I've just said we're doing a 7-cord braid, so you're only going to position 7 of the cords. So pop them into the slots, 7 only. And the reason we've got an extra one is because we needed even cords so we could tie them in the middle. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run the extra cord in the middle of the braid and then snip it off when it's completely hidden. So tighten the cords on the braid, the cords on the disc. And always with kumihimo you want a nice tight cords across the braid, across the disc to get good tension.
Okay.
And then attach a weight to the knot underneath.
What if I don't have a weight?
Then you can tie on something else or use a bulldog clip or something to clip on something. And what you're aiming for is about 50 grams.
All right, brilliant.
For this braid. Right, so we've got the spare one, and we're just going to leave the spare one to the left of the empty cord. And the way the 7-cord works is you've got 1 space and you count from the right round to the 3rd cord, so 1, 2, 3, and bring that down to your space. And now you carry on round 1, 2, 3 and bring the 3rd cord down. And what we're going to do is just make sure that that extra cord stays in the middle by just keeping it there. So I've shown this braid before, but I haven't shown it with actually having a core in it.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to bring it there, again, to the left of the empty slot, and I go 1, 2, 3. And often that tapping is quite a good thing because it helps you to remember, because remembering braid structures is all about your hands learning the movements.
Yeah.
So as I always say, give yourself a bit of peace and quiet. Don't have people around you when you're learning a braid, because you give your hands a much better chance of just learning it. And it's a bit like learning to type. After a while, your hands know what they're doing, even if you're not really thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes that's sort of, the tapping helps you with that. So it's just count round and pick up the 3rd one. And then all we're going to do is just bring that loose cord round, and we're just doing it for a while just so that it's trapped in the braid. And that simply is the braid. It's probably the easiest structure of all. It's not a traditional Japanese braid, it's actually probably an English braid. because most cultures have a braiding tradition of some sort. And what you want to do is braid till you've got about 5 millimeters. And that's going to be the little stalk on the large bead that allows the clasp to work.
Okay.
So again, 1, 2, and round. And once you get into the rhythm of it, and even of just dealing with that spare cord, you'll find it very easy. So I'm just bringing the spare cord around each time. Problem is, it's difficult to count and talk at the same time. Other people can do it, but I don't seem to be able to do it, even to 3. And as we work, a really nice braid is forming underneath. I hope. That's the intention, certainly.
Carl smashes in saying, hi, Becky and team. Great to see Prue. Love her work and currently working with the Prue Mahimo disc and designs, which are great.
Now, let's have a little look and see what's going on underneath. So if I turn it up, you can see that we're getting a little bit of cord forming between the bead and the braid there.
Yeah, I can see that.
And that is, you just see, as I say, about 5 millimeter. It's just so you've got enough room for the loop end of the clasp to sit neatly before you start doing the braiding. Now, the next stage is to start adding your beads on.
Okay. So this is the beads that we're going to be adding on. We're going to be adding on these spacer beads. Now these give a gorgeous metallicized look. They give a really beautiful high-end gold-like sheen. And don't forget, if you like gold, you're in the right place this afternoon for Treat Tuesday. These are your gold-plated spacers that we've got here for you. And these are what gives that piece that we're looking at such an elegant look and design. And it almost makes it look not like Kumihimo, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah,
At first glances. Unless you knew of Kumihimo, you would never have guessed, I don't think, that this was, in a sense, a braid.
No, that there's a braid sitting in the middle of there. No.
Yeah. I've got for you here 2 sets, as you can see. You've got 3mm and you've got a 4mm pack here. So there is a difference in size. You're going to be getting 600 in each pot. So that's a big amount. You've got 1,200 in total. The great thing with these ones that are perfect, I presume, for the likes of Kumihimo is, because you've got the different sizes, you've got that different sized hole. So great for your different types of cord, is it, Prue?
Fantastic. You can get a 1 millimeter satin cord through the larger one.
Wow.
So that gives you all sorts of different design options. Yeah.
Fantastic. These, of course, the smaller ones are your 3mm, the larger ones your 4mm. Both got great size holes in there, so you can get the likes of these really delicate newer cords that we have, the knotting cords that we have, or, like we said, kind of the original cords. These are what we've used, and these are what Prue is going to be adding to a design now. So let's get our hands on the 2 pots. Your price point today for both is rolling down. Now don't forget that these are genuine, real deal brass at the centre and real gold over the top. Genuine gold plating over the top. At £18.95 for 1,200 of these. It is going to go on and on and on. And you've used a fair few in here, haven't you, Prue?
Yes. Kumihimo can be quite bead hungry, so you do need these big quantities. You'll be really grateful because then you can just play to your heart's content with it, really. Yes.
Because I suppose the last thing you want to do is come up with a design and really think about it and how the gems are going to fit in, and then run out of the main component.
Yes, and
really.
it does happen very easily.
Yeah,
Yes.
I bet. So get your hands on these whilst you can. Prue has only used these 2 pots for all of her designs, and you can see how many she's got out of them. So do treat yourself to these whilst you can. An exceptional drop-down prize for your Treat Tuesday. And don't forget, you have the chance to win a piece of Prue's creation a little bit later on. So do stay tuned for that competition. £18.95 on those ones. Okay, Prue, I'm back with you.
Right.
We're adding on these
right.
now.
So absolutely. So I've spared you the sight of me threading beads on because that is the laborious part of Kumihimo. There's no doubt about it. But you do that in a good light, in a comfortable position, and with the radio on, television on, whatever. Thread your beads, and then you have the joy of braiding afterwards.
Okay.
So what you need to do, we're still forgetting about our loose cord. Just leave that on 6 of the other cords. You want to put 70 beads. Now I've used the 4mm, you could also use the 3mm. You'll get a slightly different effect, obviously. But
would you need more for the smaller?
Yes, you probably would. Yes, yes. In fact, of course you would. Yes,
Okay.
I would say probably about 100 really on each one. But I used 70 of the larger beads for this particular necklace.
Can you always add on?
Oh yes,
Yes,
easily.
oh that's okay
yes,
then.
yes.
Okay, fantastic.
And so on 6 of the cords, you want to have 70 of the 4mm beads. And on the 7th cord, and it doesn't actually matter which one you use, on the 7th cord, you're going to alternate them. You want 35 gold beads and 35 of the labradorite 6mm. You could try any of the other beads, the smaller ones, probably not the 12mm, the fluorites, but you could use either of the other beads in the kit if you wanted to for different effects. And so that's going to be 35 of each alternating, so seed bead, labradorite, seed bead, labradorite.
Okay, and that's just on the one cord?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. And then you can continue as you were before. But what we're going to do now, because we've got this loose cord here, I'm actually going to snip that off because it's completely trapped within the braid. So it was knotted near the bead, so it's not going to come undone, but also the loose end is trapped in the middle of the braid, so I can get rid of that. I don't need that. I only needed it because I needed an even number to be able to tie the cords together.
I see what you're saying. Okay, fantastic.
And then I've just held the beads in position with any old bead that you can get through twice in the same direction. So you thread through twice in the same direction, and that's called a stop bead, and you can use that to move up and down the cord.
Okay.
And you want to keep your beads nice and close to your kumihimo disc, just so that they don't have so far to travel. And so then we're going to add the beads in very much the same way. So it's the same braid, the 7-cord braid, and again it's you count 2, 3, and then drop a bead into position, and just with the 8-cord, as you've seen with the 8-cord braid, you have a nice little spot to tuck your bead, and then you put the cord into its slot and just keep an eye on that bead. It needs to stay behind this cord that you've just crossed, and then carry on round. The first few beads that you position, the first 7 in fact, will be the most likely to jump out of position, so keep a close eye on those. But now again we're going round to the 3rd cord, dropping a bead in, again tucking it under, keeping an eye on it. If it jumps out of position, just go back, put the cord right back and drop the bead in again, so you get it into position. And this braid always looks as if it's going to be really messy. I always find it quite surprising. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way now. 1, 2. It looks as if it's not going to work out, but it all comes together beautifully. So I want to just carry on round till I get to a labradorite, so we can see how that works. And you can see them now starting to sit neatly together in the middle. And the end product actually looks very similar to if you'd done the regular 8-cord round braid. But it's a different structure, so the beads are positioned slightly differently, which gives me the opportunity to have the labradorite sitting as they do on that necklace.
And kumihimo jewellery, because at the end of the day it is cords and you're not knotting as such, you know, you're not attaching loads of glue, you're not you know, putting a double knot in every other time. It does still, because of the weave, hold together, and it's very lasting jewellery, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes. And of course at the very end you do make sure you've got a firm knot and everything, so you keep it in position there. Yes, it is very firm jewellery, but it has a nice fluid texture to it as well. So we've now come to one of the first cord with the labradorite on. So although it's a bit larger, it still tucks under there very neatly. And again, that's why I've chosen for this design to do the 7-cord, because there's a little bit more room there for larger beads like that. And the braid again then closes up a little bit more as we continue. And so then again, we can just pull. You would normally have the cords not sitting on a table like that, have them hanging freely.
How do you kumihimo at home? You know, because I know certain wire workers will only sit at a table, or certain...
I sit back always from a table.
Do you?
Yes,
Always.
yes. And so the cords do need to hang, the weight particularly needs to hang freely, and the cords will get tangled if they're sitting on something like that. But as you can see, just running your hands through, this cord does untangle immediately.
So can I just do it on my knee when I'm watching Corrie Pro? Is
Definitely,
what I need to know.
Definitely,
Okay,
yes, yes. And then when the braid gets longer, you just move the cord, the weight up, so it's not resting on anything, because obviously the weight's not doing it any work if it's resting on something. It needs to actually be able to pull down.
Okay. Hi ladies, fab show, great gem deals and fab tutorial. Quick question for Prue. How long cord should I use for the basic Kumihimo necklace, please?
Right, you use, for each cord that you're using, you use 3 times the finished length you want. So if you want a necklace that's going to be 50 centimetres, each cord needs to be 150 centimetres.
I see.
And that's quite generous because you don't want to run out of cord. You can't really, it's very difficult to add cord in if you haven't got enough.
Yes.
There are some ways with beaded Kumihimo, but with plain Kumihimo, it will always show if you've got a knot in it.
Okay.
And, you know, cord is relatively cheap. But you know, your time is worth something. So
Definitely.
3 times is a generous allowance. And then what you would generally find is you probably will have a bit left over. Carry on braiding to the end of the cord that you've got, and then you've probably got enough to make a bracelet or something. So never waste the cord. Just carry on. Little bits of braid can always be used for something.
Fantastic.
You know, sometimes just a little bit of cord in a braid.
Yeah.
Put an end cap on either end. Add some beads. It can be a very pretty effect.
Really pretty. I do actually have some bead caps coming up for you right here, right now. I'm going to let you carry on so we can see a little bit of that braid coming out. Really quickly, quick as a flash, I'm bringing to you the cord ends. Now, you mentioned these cord ends. Tell me, please, if you may, what are they?
Right. One of the problems with Kumihimo is all those cords that you want to hide at the end. So you can either make a feature of them, make them into a tassel, but a lot of the time you don't want that. You want a cleaner look, so you want to be able to hide them. And when you get to the end of your Kumihimo, you've got 7, you've got 8, you might have 12, you might have 16, or as in one design over there, 32 individual cords that I need to hide somehow.
Okay.
So with these cord ends, you can just glue the end of the braid in, and all those cords have disappeared.
So it gives you a real nice, professional, neat finish there.
Yes, absolutely.
It's so simple. Like we say, you know, with your larger braids, if you're using a thicker cord or if you've got a lot of cords going on, you simply glue them into these. And then as you can see, you've got the little loop at the top, which you can use these specially designed jump rings. They're an oval jump ring so that you've still got a movement upon there for when you add the likes of your clasp, which in these cases are the toggle clasps. So that's the way that you finish off your designs, the way that you have these as a connector, that obviously going through there to make sure that your pieces are lovely and finished off. And you also get with these the charm carriers. Now, what's great about these charm carriers is that you can add on adornments and additions, but also pendants, because we have been talking about and showing you a lot today how to add gemstones into the braid. But you might actually want to, if you're a wire worker, you can do beautiful multimedia pieces really nicely. Maybe a little bit of a wire work pendant that you can attach onto that charm that then just loops over your braid, very much like those well-known charm bracelets. You know, you have the base of the charm bracelet and then the charms go onto it. It's very much like that. Now you'll see that you do get these in pairs. You get, for example, a pair of the larger ones, and you get the different sizes depending on the size of your braid. You get enough charms for each of the bracelets, and you get enough of the toggle clasps at the end, as well as the jump rings to finish off these designs. It's a full collection there for you, and it is in that silver colour. I've then got, for all you beginners out there, a DVD to add to this collection as well. It is your Kumihimo DVD, which is currently at the bottom of your screen. It shows you lots of very, very simple pieces to get you started within this journey. You can see on the back there the selection of the different kind of techniques it shows you, and it's showing you at the corner of the screen. I'm low stock on this. Check out whilst you can. Price point today, it's just £7.95 for around an hour's worth of tuition, which you can stop, pause, play, rewind time and time again, and the cord end pack as well. £7.95, low stock opportunity, so get that whilst you can. Okay, Prue, I've let you carry on.
Right.
And you're happily adding some gems and beads there.
And I think I've probably got to the stage where I'm happy to stop there. Obviously, you're going to have a lot more. I only put about 5 on each cord. So what I'm going to do now is just remove the extra beads, and we'll do the ending of it. So my necklace will be a little bit small.
Wow, look at that. You did that, you know, bearing in mind this is start to finish, and we've really spoken about it a lot. That is the look we've got so far. And that's how
it's
it comes
lovely
out.
to do. It is lovely to do. I've yet to meet someone who doesn't like Kumihimo when they get going on it. A lot of people think they won't like it, but when they get going on it, they do like it.
Yeah, I bet. Absolutely can imagine that. Quite hypnotic.
Yes, exactly.
Quite hypnotic. Okay.
Right, so the next stage is just, oh, I took the braid off too quickly. I want to now do another little bit of plain braiding just to seal that end of the braid. So again, I'm going to do about another 5 millimeters of braiding. So that's now without beads. And that's exactly the same. And you can see you can really work up quite a good head of speed with once you get going.
Really sorry to interrupt you, Prue. We've just had a phone call through saying that this is the what DVD? It's the MTSC DVD, which means you can't play it in this country. Is that right? America. It's the wrong format. It's not available to purchase in this country. So if you, so sorry, we're going to have to take that off your screen. How peculiar! I've never heard that before. But to bring back on your screen in a moment, what are we bringing back on? We're really quickly going to bring on these original satin cords for you. Sorry about that, bit of a technical issue. Bringing for you really quickly these satin cords. These are our original satin cords. They're a 1 mil in thickness, and you've got a really pretty range of colours. You've got purple, blue, you've got that navy blue, and you've got the orange in here. The technique that Prue is showing you could still do with these cords, and maybe even without the gemstones if you
it's beautiful. It's perfect for doing braids all on their own, plain braids on their own, all different designs. But also you can get those 4 mil beads on if you want to. So you've got a lot of opportunities.
Got a
there.
lot of fun to be had with these. Great for Kumihimo or McRae or your friendship bracelets. Get your hands on these whilst you can. Satin Sensation. £6.95, 10 metres worth on each, and like I said, it is 1 mil thickness. Real nice sheen to them, beautiful silky softness at £6.95, an absolute bargain. Well done. Okay.
Right, that's good timing because I'm just taking my last stop bead off now. So what you need to do is have nothing on the ends of your cords. So the beads that were in there, just holding the beads on, or any excess beads you have, you take those off. So once you've done a little bit of plain braiding there, what you can do now is start to knot the cords across the disc. So take 2 opposite cords, and I'm just going to slide my weight off there, and then tie across the top in a double knot. There we go.
Okay.
And then another 2.
They have to be opposite each other?
Yes, because you want to secure that braid in the middle. And you want to be able to take it off without it coming undone or losing that tension that you've worked hard to achieve. So so that's the other 2 there, being knotted across.
Make sure you don't have any stragglers.
No stragglers. No, absolutely.
Used to always get called that at school.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I did, yeah. I was always the one walking behind, slow at the back.
And then the final 3, knot those 3 together. So I'm just keeping the others out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. And then once you've got these ones off, of course, that braid's going nowhere.
That's staying put.
That's staying put, all nice and firm. And now what you want to do is make the little loop for the end of the necklace. So take your beads in, so you've got 7 cords, so you're going to have 1 group of 4 and 1 group of 3. Now you want to be able to thread the beads thread the cord through the beads. So what I've done is actually stiffened the ends of the cord and you can do it with clear nail varnish, with glue, with super glue, whatever you want, but you want them to be a little bit stiff, and then you find them a lot easier to get through. And for this design, I used 8 beads on each side. So I think I'll do it on one side. Threading beads is never easy when it's far away from you. But once you've stiffened the cords, it does make it a lot easier. So I need to get 8 on each side. So obviously the side with 3 is much easier, but you should be able to get, oops. I think I might just thread a couple on and show the effect, basically. And what you want to do is thread on, as I say, I used 8. You might have used a different bead at the beginning for your clasp. You might have a slightly different sized one. So once you've got your 8 on, make sure you do check the size and that you can get that first bead through. So we've got to 3 now. And then I think what we do is just do 3 on the other side to get the effect, so you can see what's happening.
Now this is going to be a slightly trickier, but again I've stiffened the ends. And if you use something like clear nail varnish, you do need to give it a chance to stiffen. Some people do it and then it's just sort of touch dry, but it hasn't quite stiffened. It's easier if it's stiff because it's like a little needle. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky to do with it because I can't get it close up to my nose here. But never mind, find another one. There's plenty more where that came from. That's a good thing about a big tube of beads.
Tell you what, if you want to get them close to your face now, I promise we won't get a shot up your nose. Just to let everybody know, I promise, yeah. Just to let everyone know, your satin sensation is on the screen now. Currently at the bottom of the screen is all of those beads that we brought to you before. The 4mm and the 3mm spacers. You had 600 of each and they are gold plated. Today is Treat Tuesday. I'm bringing to you turquoises in shapes I've never seen before. I'm bringing you some of my favourite gemstones at ridiculous prices. I'm going to be bringing you gems we haven't seen in absolutely months, and I'm going to be bringing you brand spanking new products as well as some serious precious metals. So do stay tuned. Competition coming up really soon as well, so do stay tuned because we've got so much more coming up.
Right, this is the last one I'm going to thread on.
Okay.
And then you'll be able to see the effect, which is the main thing.
Fantastic.
And this is a technique you can use for all different sorts of necklace. So pass the beads right down to the end, and you will have 8 on each side. Then tie in a knot. A double knot. And now at this point, before you fully tighten that knot, this is when you want to make sure that this bead will fit through that loop, which of course it won't in this particular case.
No.
But 8 should be enough. If it doesn't, 9, you might, if it's a bit loose, you can take 1 off on each side.
Okay.
But this is your chance to get that right. So that bead has got to go through there. That's the whole point of the class. It does look a little strange when our necklace is only 1 inch long, but
slightly, but I'd hardly noticed, Prue.
And so now you can tighten it up as much as you want.
I suppose you could make that into a pendant, couldn't you?
Oh yes.
I love that as a pendant.
And then what you need to do is just make these into a pretty tassel. So again, don't snip off your glued ends, because that's what you're going to need to, again, for threading. So then just pass 2 through each one. And then decide how long you want your tassel to be. That's your design choice.
Okay.
And put a knot there. Overhand knot, and then you'll need to do several overhand knots to keep them in place. Just we want to be sure that the bead doesn't fall off. So I think probably we start with 2 and just make sure that I haven't done a very neat knot there, but there we go.
So that's making sure it's nice and secure and in place.
And these do end up, as I said before, because of the texture, these knots will hold very nicely.
Yeah.
And then the bead goes down there. Then what you need to do is just trim off the end. And because this is a synthetic cord, you can actually then just burn away the end, the little last bits with either your thread burner, a naked flame, a lighter or whatever, with extreme care, obviously.
And that is how you create a stunning piece.
Final thing.
Except for this final thing.
which I can, all you do is we're going back to the other end, snip off your knot and just cover that over. And again, you might want to just get rid of those ends a little bit with a burner and then put a crimp cover on the end.
So that's how you
your
give
final
it that
bit. There we go. That's your final
real
bit. Yes.
touch of
yes,
elegance
exactly. Just
at
to
the
hide
end.
it all. So that's how you do it.
And that is the final thing, ladies and gentlemen, of this piece. Prue, it's absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for showing us that. We've got more inspiration, more demonstration from Prue coming up. But right here, right now, really quickly before the break, I've got Fitness Style Bag. Today's style buy is an absolute treat. I mean, we've got style buys coming out of our ears, I'll be honest with you. We've got so many style buys, so many new ins, so many treats, and right here, right now, I'm bringing to you genuine sterling silver that has been oxidized in this stunning vintage appeal. I'll be multi-buying these myself because I know the quality of these. I felt the weight of them. The weight of them is absolutely exceptional. Feels very luxurious indeed. And don't forget, when you've got a lot of weight in an individual piece, you've got inherent value there, and you truly, truly do with these. In particular, all of that textured work that's gone into these, all of that beautiful oxidization that has happened, that has been added to this to give it that age, that vintage, that unique and individual look. This, ladies and gentlemen, is something very, very, very special indeed. And I've got to tell you, I've got an okay quantity for all you multi-buyers who want these maybe to make your earrings or whatever it might be, but you will have to be quick. I brought you some very similar yesterday. Tracy used them as a moulding design that she could then replicate in her clays. And they absolutely flew out. I brought you 2 packs there, different designs. So if you did get those yesterday, is a different design, a different focal look, but I'm bringing to you one of them today. You've got to get your hands on this whilst you can. If you love that decadent look, if you love that stunning floral design, but quite a kind of an ancient floral design, if you think it's almost Art Deco actually, isn't it? Come back here, you little blighter. It's almost an Art Deco design with that juxtaposition between that high shine sterling silver, real deal silver, and the oxidization process that's taken place on this. It gives you a really stunning look. It has got the 925 written upon the back, so everyone who owns these, everyone you pass these on to will know that these are 925 because it has got that. Hang on, does it? Does it have that little detail on it? I thought it did there then. What you've got here is that high-end silver. You've got that really beautiful look and appeal to each and every one of these, which means that you're working with very, very high-end effect. You are getting one of these. If you want to buy a pair, obviously just add 2 to your order. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, start by price of £7.95 for you on genuine real deal sterling silver. How many? 60. That's it now. I've got 60 because I have got multi-buyers who have checked out on this. So 60 of these available. If you wanted to make yourself a pair of earrings with these, you're making yourself a solid sterling silver, ancient looking vintage appeal pair of earrings for under £20. Now that for me already is something exceptional, and that would be kind of including the price of your sterling silver shepherd's hooks. What I would suggest as well, I have got a 925 sterling silver chain coming up for you a little bit later. I love the idea of this as a pendant. Chain going through here and chain going through there as a pendant would be absolutely beautiful. And if you can see, I have got this open lattice work design, and that means that if you did want to add dangles from this, actually from the petals, say you were wearing it as a design like this, chain going to chain as a necklace piece, you could of course add additions to this, add dangles to it, add other gemstones to it if you really wanted to. That would be a beautiful look to kind of to be able to get. I've got some extremely high-end gemstones coming up for you today. I've got some absolute bargain basement deals. I have got some stunning treats and competitions galore. I have got so many pieces that are going to go epically well with this, from organics to genuine high-end gemstones to things we've never seen before. All I can encourage you to do is to stay exactly where you are, because realistically, I know I've got so many things that are going to fly out of the door today. Get your hands on treats like this whilst you can. We don't get them in that often at all. You know, the pairings I was doing for you yesterday on designs for 2, you're looking at about £22-ish. As a collection in general. This is just £7.95 today, and that's why I've got so many multi-buyers. Add the rest of these to your basket whilst you can, because I'm getting into low stock now. We have got deals, competitions, treats, wonderment, and so much more inspiration coming up for you very, very soon. You don't want to go anywhere, because we're heading on over right now to a break. I'll see you, Prue, and all of the team in a few moments.
Famed for their openness of colour, our Hunan Peridot gemstones are sought after for their bright greens and graceful golden undertones. Brought to life by their dazzling brilliance, we are able to bring out the pure hues, the fire and the sheer brilliance of this gem. We only source raw crystals with the potential to show off all of these remarkable qualities. For a gem full of sparkling bright greens and glorious golden tones, look no further than our Chinese Hunan Peridot.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Tune into Jewellery Maker for the home show, where we'll be demonstrating how to apply your favourite technique to accessorise your home.
Spinel is a historically important gemstone. It is often located in the same gravel beds as things like corundum, so your rubies and sapphires. Because it comes in the same colours, blues and reds, it's often mistaken as a sapphire. Now, this isn't to the detriment of Spinel itself. It has its own important qualities, such as great RI, so it's very, very reflective, and great dispersion as well. So it shows a lot of fire as the light hits the stone. From a historical point of view, one of the main important spinels actually sits in the crown jewels, and this was for a long time believed to be a ruby, but recent gemological testing has found the Princess Ruby is actually a spinel.
When we talk about sunstone, I think it's something that possibly some can take for granted now and again. What I have for you here, ladies and gentlemen, is something very, very special indeed, because the quality of this material is absolutely exceptional. The dispersion of those, mainly in this one, due to the location and due to the look, mainly hematite inclusions within here, so evenly dispersed, which means you get this glimmering, naturally occurring flash of submetallic luster that bursts through from the centre of this stone, giving this gorgeous sand-like, wonderful, warming appeal. Ladies and gentlemen, very special deal here for you. This is your sunstone. I just think it's absolutely captivating. It really is. I am joined today by a wonderful guest designer who has already given us loads of inspiration and has even more to come. It is the wonderful Prue. Hey Prue. Prue, you were talking about how you've just been on your jolly holidays.
Yes.
And how the different colours were quite inspiring. Does this remind you of anything from your holidays?
Oh yes, yes. The beautiful rich soil of the Caribbean. You know, the inside of some of those beautiful shells you see, the conch shells and things. Some of the cocktails, maybe.
I love that. And some of the cocktails. I love that, Prue. Now, the fact of the matter is that this is, to me, a very inspirational look and a very inspirational colour. And the fact of the matter is that you have got a really unique and individual gemstone here. It's part of the feldspar group. Now, when we talk about the feldspar, a couple of us will have sort of gemstones springing to mind. It's important, I always think, to kind of know where your gemstone comes from in terms of families and in terms of groups, because it will really help us get in touch with exactly how unique and individual Mother Nature is in making pieces like this. Now, this, as I said, is from the feldspar group, and the feldspar group is a gemstone collection which is formed with, very much like Prue said, I suppose, cocktail ingredients. Now, the feldspars that we will know are probably the likes of your moonstone and your labradorite. And I have a little table here for you that explains to you exactly how the family itself works. So, what you get is you get the umbrella term of your feldspar. Imagine it similar to the umbrella term of, say, quartz. You then get different elements that add in to give you different looks and appeals to the quartz. So, whether that be the likes of your amethyst, your citrine, or even with your beryl family, the likes of, you know, having a little bit more chromium in it will make it into your emerald, having a little bit more iron in it will make it into your aquamarine. Feldspar working in exactly the same way, but for me gives it even more of a diverse look. So if you'll be seeing here, you'll be able to see moonstone that we see quite often. Moonstone, of course, is an element of feldspar which essentially gets separated in its creation, and that's when lots of elements can place into this. With the likes of your labradorite, which you can see here, now this is your species, and you'll be able to see that your labradorite and your rainbow moonstone are in the same species of your feldspar. Now, the reason they're in that same species is because the two main things they have in common is the elements that are kind of intergrowths that go into these. So you're getting a mixture of calcium and a mixture of your sodium within your labradorite and your rainbow moonstone, which give them that phenomena. Now, the thing that is different with sunstone, you'll be able to see sunstone here completely in its own species within this collection, within the feldspar collection. And that's because sunstone naturally has that intergrowth separating all of these elements with potassium. So it's the potassium that naturally is occurring within this. That potassium that's naturally occurring within this gives it this look. Now, you will be able to see, the keen-eyed amongst you, that in the labradorite species selection, there is also sunstone in here, but there is a big difference. This is the look, the sunstone that you get here has less of those hematite elements within and less of that clarity aspect within it. The separate variety, the separate species is the one we're looking at now, and this is the one that has the potassium within it. Because it's got that potassium, it gives the hematite itself more of a chance to illuminate the gemstone, and it also gives it this stunning body of colour, which is so sand-like and so pretty in its appeal. I think it's so interesting and so exciting that Mother Nature comes up with a family of gemstones, i.e. the feldspar, and then simply by that time, that aging, the way in which this newly formed feldspar is creating, depending on where it is in the world, what time of year it is, depending on the soil within the crust of the earth that's there, it totally changes the look of the gemstone. It takes it away, you know, if there's a little bit of calcium and a little bit of your sodium there present, you're going to be likely to get a rainbow moonstone or a labradorite, but just with the element of that potassium naturally occurring within the earth, you get this beautiful look of this sunshine colour, this sand-like look with those elements of the hematite shining through. It's just a phenomenal quality that we have here of such a unique and individual gemstone. Ladies and gentlemen, the quality of this is epic, and it's not the same type of quality we're used to seeing time and time again on our sunstone. I promised you a special treat with this, and I'll be honest with you, it's because I've got a limited stock opportunity, just under 100 on this, just under 100. I'm going to bring this to you at a never before seen price. I'll repeat that. A never before seen price. a price you've never seen before. You've never ever seen the price point you're going to have on your screen. It has been on your screen before, but never at this price point. This is a brand new treat of a deal for you. Everybody pays the same price. I'm just forewarning you. For the quality you've got here, for that equal dispersion of those hematite elements, for that beautiful warmth and that enrichment with the potassium, you're getting yourself some big hunky chunks of sunstone. Ladies and gentlemen, your price point today has been and has always been £15. It's always been that £14.95. Never, ever, ever been dropped before. This is a little bit of a treat, Tuesday treat. £11.95 for you today. I've really got to put the correct teeth in the morning. £11.95 is a brand new, never before seen price point. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is a phenomenon. It really is. Oh my gosh, you're absolutely flying in. It's like fly day. Ladies and gentlemen, you've absolutely got to get your hands on this as quickly as you can. It truly, truly is. Honestly, just come on in, fly in. Just fly in for this as quickly as you can, because truly there's so many people multi-purchasing on this. There's so many of you from all over the world. Just think about how unique and individual this is. This is a genuine gemstone, and I'm not being funny at all, but you can buy things that look similar to this in the likes of plastic, and they have bits of glitter essentially put inside them. But is it as interesting as the way in which Mother Nature formed these? Is it as interesting as the way in which you get all of those elements coming in and breaking apart those feldspars and putting all of those individual elements in, totally happening over hundreds of thousands of years? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have to treat yourself to this never ever seen before price point. I cannot guarantee that price point again, because we're going to sell out of this today. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got it in your baskets. Just to let you know, just as a reminder, if you've got it in your basket and you're watching on the web, that doesn't mean it's definitely yours. You're just saying, oh, quite fancy that. You're not saying you want it. You're not saying it's going to be yours. If you're just chilling out with this in your basket, it won't be with you in a few days. I've got people buying 1s, 2s and 3s of these, and you lot are connoisseurs, because you know and I know it's very unusual for us to get that amount of dispersion underneath the surface. Look at that. These are the elements that we're talking about. These are the hematite-like inclusions that we're getting in this, and you can see how evenly dispersed they are. You're not getting ones that just got a big chunk of it in, but then there's no more in it. It's got a real beautiful dispersion of that eventrescence all the way through this, naturally occurring, and you've got that warm body of that colouring throughout here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to be working with this, you're going to make something absolutely epic, which will catch people's eye. People are going to walk past you and see that this is a real deal, genuine gemstone. And the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, guess what you're getting with this? Guess. Free inspiration, because we're giving this to Prue as our challenge. Now, Prue, I'll be honest with you, you've gotten away with challenges the last 3 occasions, haven't you?
I have. I've been lulled into a false sense of security, I think.
Yes, you have. What do you think of this, and what are you going to be doing with this, please?
Well, I'm mulling it over. I think I'm going to keep it quite simple, because I want the gemstones to be the real feature, and I'm going to have the kumihimo as playing second fiddle, but as a really nice supporting act, I think, to those beautiful gemstones.
Yeah.
So that's the plan. Let's
Love
see.
that. That is the plan, and I'm
Absolutely.
sure you'll absolutely pull that into fruition. This is an exceptional strand at a never seen before price point. Well done to every single one of you. We are going to be giving this to Prue as her challenge, and that means just before the end of the show, probably around about 4 minutes to 5. I forgot all numbers then. Probably about 4 minutes to 5. We'll go back over to Prue and see what she's made with it, and then you're going to get some inspiration from that. Well done to every single one of you who's getting this. It is such a treat. It truly, truly is. I just need to let you know that if you're going to be working with a very high-end gemstone here, you're going to be working with an exceptional quality of sunstone. This isn't your everyday quality at all, and it's most certainly not your everyday kind of value pieces, because these are big inherent value pieces we've got here. I mean, look at those 9x4, some of the biggest pieces of sunstone I've seen in a long time. But just to let you all know that I have got some chain, 95 precious metal chain coming up for you in a wee while, okay? That'll go great with this. Coming up in about 15 minutes, so not long to wait on that. Well done to every single one of you getting this. Really a sensational deal there. And like I say, free inspiration coming up for you in a bit as well. £11.95 on that is, well, it's just capped. That's an amazing price, isn't it, Prue?
It is. No, it's fantastic. Yes, it gives you the opportunity to play with something you probably thought you wouldn't be able to play with.
Yes, absolutely, because that original price point, which will change back, don't forget, if we do have any left, that original price point was good, but this is a phenomenal treat. Well done to every single one of you. That for £11.95. Just phenomenal. Really is. Well done to you all. Also, to let you know, I've got some more treats coming up for you in a little bit. Brand new, genuine turquoise. How many strands of faceted round turquoise have you got in your collection, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'll be honest, I've never even seen it before. Is this a dyed howlite? No. Is this a reconstituted strand with loads of resin in it? No. Ladies and gentlemen, this is coming up for you at some point in the show, but Toby is being like Scrappy Doo, a mischievous little pup, and he will not tell us when. Toby's just going, I don't know, just when I feel like it. Always a rebel, Toby. So that's coming up for you. I need to let you know, sorry, before everyone goes, yes, let me ring me nan, me uncle, me auntie's dog Susan, and all of this. I've only got 50, so you've got to be quick. Okie dokie, we're going to move on now. Last few of those. I will pass that across to you now, Prue, so you can begin your exploration of sunstone.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Ooh.
Have fun. Does anyone want to win what she makes later on? Yeah? I'm going to be launching the competition within the next 17.5 minutes. It could be 1 minute, it could be 17 minutes, 30 seconds. Stay tuned. Okay, where are we going to, Tobster? Whoa. Last 17 chances on this one. That is a low stock opportunity on something absolutely, well, fruity. There, I've said it. It is, isn't it? It's like all of your favourite types of berries. If your favourite types are the pink ones. It's got that gorgeous blush raspberry tone, which is just so captivating. Now, what I've got here for you is just often described as a fancy sapphire, okay? Now, the fact of the matter is that when you get a little bit more of an element we called chromium within this colour of fancy sapphire, it technically changes name and it turns into a ruby. So like we were talking with the sunstone before about those different elements that split the labradorite from the sunstone, you get different elements within this. Just a touch more of that chromium makes it a deeper, richer shade of red, and then the name changes from a pink sapphire or fancy sapphire to a ruby. This one is most certainly your pink sapphire though, because it has got that delicate blush element to it. Now, the blush element can be recreated in many different ways. In fact, around about 95% of all sapphire on the market will have been tampered with, treated in a different manner, given a different look and appeal by well, lots of different ways, by filling it with plastic lead-based substances, by heating it to obtain different colours, by irradiating it to give different looks as well. This totally natural, so you're in the top 5 percentile. Your price point today, we've just been told I've got to get it in, £19.95 for fancy sapphire. That is something we don't get to see very often at all, I have to say. A genuine sapphire at £19.95, okay, maybe if it's been, maybe if something's been added to it or it's been diffused or whatever, but not naturally, we don't expect that. £19.95 for you today on the last few of those ones. Like I said, 17 of them left, but people are checking out, so it's obviously less than that now. I think it's amazing that you could be able to purchase purchase your first one of these on your first time of shopping here at Jewellery Maker, but you absolutely can. And don't forget, if you do want to purchase this, all you have to do is ring 0800 644 655. You'll call our call centre. They're only down the road. Oh, I'll tell you what, they're a cracking bunch. They really are. Ask one of them to tell you a joke. They love it when you do that. I've done that quite a few times. Funny. But they are lovely. They're really helpful. And don't forget, on your first purchase, you'll get your hands on a free booklet and DVD. Last few of those ones. Now, do you know what I was saying earlier on? I've got so many new things. You'd think it was the newity new show. I've got another new thing here for you. Brand new strand, never ever seen before. February's birthstone, lavender amethyst. Oh, isn't that just so delicate? Absolutely bang on trend if you're really into kind of the colour elements of Pantone. This is bang on trend. It really is. Beautiful lavender amethyst I have for you here. Natural in its colour and its appearance. And a really... excuse me, what are those arrows doing? Toby just went, it's Treat Tuesday, didn't you know? Okay, so a brand new strand, a brand new price point. I do have to say though that I cannot guarantee this price point will be seen again. Lavender amethyst is an exceptional gemstone. It's been famous for a very long time. If you're a February baby, like myself, then this is your birthstone. And it's really nice. It's nice, I think, to have it in a bit of a different range of colour than that usual really deep, rich purple tone you would expect. It's a really interesting gemstone, this, and I think it's got so much history, folklore and tale behind it. There's a story and there's a tale about the history of this gem that essentially is about Dionysus, about the god who is the god of partying and excess. And essentially it was believed that he fell in love with a lady called Amethystos, and she did not fancy him one little bit. By the way, if, you know, this is not verbatim from the book. I just have to let you know. But yeah, she didn't fancy him at all. And he was not the nicest of guys. He got a bit jealous and decided to set his wild animals upon her. He set his tigers on her. And essentially, a goddess called Diana took pity on Amethystos and was said to have turned her to quartz to preserve her and to save her from being savagely kind of attacked by these animals. And then it was believed that Dionysus knew and noticed the errors of his ways, and because he was the god of partying, he began to cry tears of wine. And it was said that those wine droplets turned the clear quartz into this gemstone, which is why it's been given this name. And I like the idea of that story when I look at this strand, because if you imagine these droplets, these droplets of wine kind of cascading upon this gemstone, you wouldn't get a perfect even colour, would you? You'd get elements that were slightly darker, elements that were slightly lighter, and that's most certainly what you get here. It's the type of look that they don't recreate in the faux gems. It's the type of look that you only get in the real deal gemstones. And to have it in its natural appeal and its natural occurrence like this is exceptional. It's brand new, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen a strand like this with this beautiful mix of colour naturally occurring in these 6mm faceted rounds like this before. Your price point today... Hey, well, we did not discuss that price. That price point rolled down off screen. We've taken it to £7.95 today. Now, I do need to let you know that there's no need to drop the price of this. This is amethyst. It's one of the most expensive quartz in the world. It's also from Brazil, which is one of the most difficult locations to get your hands on the gemstone. Why? Well, because we don't use mammoth pieces of machinery in the likes of Zambia. When we get our Zambian amethyst, we use these absolutely mammoth pieces of trucks and machinery to kind of sweep the ground so that we can find some gemstones. This is done very much more on an artisanal basis. It's done more with a small pickaxes, excavating these geodes, taking them out one by one. It's really just something very special indeed to get your hands on it. £7.95. What a treat. I do have to remind you though that price point will be going back up at 8 o'clock in the morning, so really important you're checking them out sooner rather than later so you don't miss out. Can I just show you a little sneaky something? Do you mind? Coming up in 5 minutes, I just think it will be exceptional with this. Oh my gosh, I'm in love. Let me just pop it on like that, okay, so you can get an idea of how it looks against that lavender colour. The movement on this is phenomenal. It almost looks like a metallic silk, doesn't it? But ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It's genuine 925 sterling silver necklace chain. This is coming up with you and a store buy really soon. Oh, the quality of that is just stunning. Oh, it feels phenomenal. Okay, that's coming up for you really, really soon. Don't forget, it's Treat Tuesday today. I've got so many goodies. I've got a competition which I'll launch very shortly. I've got precious metal like 925 and gold coming up for you. I've got that stunning turquoise and some really unique gemstones. So we've got a lot of treats for you today. Really, really stunning goodies for you. At £7.95. Last chance to purchase this one. It really is such a deal. And like I said, it will go great with that chain and so much more. Really, really beautiful. Now I'm going to do a super quick one because I've got a few opportunities on this. It is for our magnetic clasp collection. Well done for everyone who got that. Magnetic clasp collection here. You're getting 3 of these black magnetic clasps, and let me just take them apart for you. You'll be able to see. Quite strong. You'll be able to see the shape of these. They've got that lovely drum-like shape to them, and perfect for the likes of Kumihimo because of that opening cord end there, where you could glue your cords in. Have you worked with magnetic clasps on Kumihimo before?
I love those particular ones. I have a large collection of them. I use them the whole time. They're absolutely brilliant.
Well, tell me why you use these, Prim.
Because they're just to start with, they're reliable. They are very strong magnets on them, and you do need that. Yes. So I mean, you know, magnetic clasps, you can get other sorts of magnetic clasps, but those have got particularly strong magnets. I really like the clean lines of them as well, because Kumihimo, sometimes beaded Kumihimo can have quite a sort of fussy look, so you don't want anything more fussy as the clasp. You want something clean as the clasp, and they're so easy to use.
They're really simple to use. A good strong magnetic clasp on them, so you know your piece is unlikely to fall off, but also really easy to undo if you have dexterity problems. It's literally about just pulling them apart as you normally would. Last few of these ones, black coloured magnetic brass clasps. Clasps. Your price point today is just... We're not allowed to tell anyone that we've done that price point. It's one of our naughty, naughty illegal price points here at Jewellery Maker. Don't tell management. We really like you and we like our jobs and we like bringing to you naughty prices. So don't tell management, okay? That is not a price point that we're meant to do. Prue, what do you think of that price for 3?
No, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Because the clasps like that with good magnets can be very expensive. If you hunt around on the internet, you'll find all sorts of prices. I think they're particularly good. And, you know, you do get through quite a lot, so it's quite nice to have a pack of 3 and, you know, multi-buy. That's what I always do with those. You know, genuinely, they are one of my favourite clasps.
And one thing I would say as well is you can't tell when you purchase on the internet how strong a magnet is.
No.
I've brought magnetic pieces before, not in jewellery actually, but I've bought magnets for the likes of my memory books to keep them close. I've bought magnets for you know, when you have your bag holders that you kind of unclip the loop, you turn it over and you attach it to the side of the table so you can get your handbag from the floor. I've had magnets that have been really poor quality. They just don't have that attraction. They don't have that strength. You can see with these, and that's why I'm demonstrating it, you can see with these exactly how strong they are, and that gives you security that you know these pieces are going to be really beautiful, sturdy, strong and safe in their place. Lots of you coming in for these. That price point, £4.95, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very low price point. It's Treat Tuesday, and we have got so many more treats, more illegal prices we're not meant to do. We're not meant to do under £6.95 for individual kind of collections, but we are today on some deals. I've got for you more naughty prices. I've got for you some stunning gemstones. I've got that competition coming in a matter of moments, but before that, treat yourself to this. Stop by. I'm absolutely in love. This has just come through the door, just now. Oh my gosh, the quality of this, even down to that finishing element. This is brand spanking new, ladies and gentlemen, okay? This is a star buy. We're doing you a very special deal on a brand new product. It's for Treat Tuesday. We're going to be doing this every other Tuesday. So when you see me on a Tuesday afternoon, you're going to know it's Treat Tuesday. We're going to bring you competitions, amazing deals, and we're going to bring you brand new elements such as this. Oh my gosh, the feel of it is just astonishing. I'm warning you now, the quality of this is epic. It's going to be under £20 for this amount of silver. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. 925 sterling silver chain. This, ladies and gentlemen, is 3.8 grams of precious metal, and look at how sensational a quality that is. I've got to show you around this because already so many people are adding this to their collection. Let me show you. This is how much thought and effort and energy we've put into this. Look at this cord end we've got on here. Really elegant cord end there with a beautiful sized loop. You can see it's not just a normal piece of chain we've added. Look at that element there. It even says 925 upon it. It's almost like the cord ends that you'd expect in your Kumihimo. Mammoth amount of that sterling silver that we've got there. A really huge element. And because of that, we haven't just got a tiny little link. We've got a big amount there. Really huge amount. And then look at how that gorgeous chain is made up. The elegance of that chain is exceptional. I just want to show you the fluidity of this, if I may, because real honestly, when you pull this along your fingers, imagine silk. It's like liquid silk, but look at the fluidity on this. Look at how elegant the movement is. Now, why is that important? Well, it means it's going to drape beautifully. It means it's going to give you this femininity. It means it's going to... All of us are different shapes. All of us are different sizes. All of us have lumps and bumps and chunks in different places, don't we? And it's exactly the same for the likes of your neckline. You know, I've got quite a pronounced collarbone. If I just move this along a little bit, you'll be able to see how nicely that just rests along that collarbone. It doesn't stick out, it doesn't jump out, and when I'm moving that element of my body, you can see the light naturally moves around it and drapes upon that the collarbone, giving a catwalk of light. Names have gone off my screen. I've got so many multi-buyers that it's hurting my eyes. Honestly, so many of you coming in for this. When you feel this, I mean, Prue, come on over here, my lovely lady. I'm going to have to give you a feel of this. I really am.
Yes, please.
Because just let me give you that.
Oh.
It's weighty, isn't it?
Oh, that is beautiful. That really is beautiful.
When you pull it kind of through your fingers, the feel of it, I think, is just, I don't know how to describe it, silk-like, I've said.
No, that really is fabulous.
Now, it's a big weight. It's a big weight.
Yes.
Under £20.
No, that's amazing. And when you've made something really special, you want to hang it from something like that, don't you?
Yes.
If you're into, you know, beautiful wire work pendant or silver clay, you want something like that.
You want something high end.
It deserves it.
It definitely does. Thank you, Prue. It definitely does deserve it. All of the elements to this, honestly, just get this home to feel it. 30-day money back guarantee. I could just sit here all day and do this. Let me just show you the other side as well, just to show that it is a full necklace. Look at the clasp we've got on the end of that. Really beautiful bolt ring clasp there, attached with that loop, attached again with that element at the end, which also says 925. You've got 925 written upon this in two places. Again, if I show you that clasp section, this is just an exceptional chain. Really, it's unlike anything we've ever seen before. I've got over 20 of these in baskets. My quantity on it was 80. So I just need to let you know that I have got so many multi-purchasers on this. There's so many people with it in their baskets. My quantity is extremely low. I guaranteed you this brand new chain, unlike anything we've seen before. I guaranteed you I would be doing it for under £20. I didn't say it would actually be under 15. Or under 10, in fact. £8.95 for you today on this chain. That, Prue, has just made you do a little casual double take there, wasn't it?
Most definitely, yes. No, I really didn't expect that. Having felt it, I really didn't expect that.
No. No, it doesn't feel like that in quality. It feels so much more, doesn't
Yes,
it?
it does, because it feels lovely and it feels weighty.
Yeah, it truly
Two things
does.
that cost.
Yeah, exactly. Because you've got so much of that sterling silver in there, which means inherent value is absolutely epic. And I think with something like this, you've got such a simplistic, such a beautiful look, such a stunning appeal. But at £8.95, that is something that we don't get to see often on quality. And I would say quantity, in the sense of the amount of sterling silver that we would used to see on this type of piece. If you wanted to hang a charm from this, it would be so simple to do, obviously, because you have got a really delicate kind of sorry, I've just popped that off. You've got a really delicate loop for your bolt ring clasp to go to, so you could quite easily thread on and off maybe some of your favourite pendants. What would you do with this, Fleur? Prue?
I don't know what Fleur would do, but no, I have dabbled in things like silver clay, and that's certainly something that I would want to use that for something that's very special, and that's something that I wanted just to set it off as something simple but special, and I think that's the main thing. It's absolutely stunning, but you know, even on its own.
Yes.
Because it feels so lovely against the skin.
It really does. It feels so unique, so individual. It's such high quality. It truly is just phenomenal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to bring your attention to the fact that I have 40 something of this left. I've got over 30 in baskets. That means I've only got 10 opportunities approximately on the phone lines now or on the web. So you have to get a ring in. Don't think, oh, I do quite fancy that, but you know, maybe I'll wait till next time. Now is your opportunity. That's it. It's 60, it's not, that's text number. It's 0800 644 655 to get your hands on this. And if you've never placed an order with us, honestly, it's so simple. Don't think, oh my gosh, you know, what am I going to have to do? IQ tests? Is there a tightrope I have to walk? Honestly, it's so simple. It's done in minutes. You just give them kind of your main information, your address, so they can post it to you, and you're pretty much done. You've got to be extremely quick on this one. You really do. Look at the fluidity and the way that light just bounces around this. It's absolute pure elegance. I have to say, not seen quality like this for a long time. Final few of these available for you, ladies and gentlemen. Very exceptional indeed. And whilst you're all flying in, I am going to launch the competition. Because we have got the opportunity on Treat Tuesday to give you a competition, and the competition on a Treat Tuesday is something that I will have mentioned in the show, and I will mention it at least 3 times. I think I mentioned this sort of maybe about 4 today. So it's for the keen-eared among you, okay? Now, this question, you're going to, once we see the question, have a few minutes to message in, and then we will announce the winner a little bit later on in the show. This is your question. You've got until 3:30, did it? 3:30 or 3 to answer this question. This is your question. Feldspar that contains a mix of calcium and sodium include gem species labradorite. What P does sunstone have instead? So I talked to you earlier on about the feldspar family and how the calcium and the sodium is elements it makes different gemstones, including labradorite. But if you take out that sodium and that calcium, what P brings you the sunstone we had on earlier? All you have to do now is text us in. It's 60777. Start your text with the word JM Studio, or you can get in touch at JewelleryMaker.com as well. Lines are closed at 3:30 p.m, so that's when you have to stop texting in, and we will announce the winner shortly after that. So please don't text in after that. You might still be charged, but do get your do feel free to text in, because you get the chance to win Prue's beautiful challenge pieces today. One more time on that question. It is the question is, feldspar that contains a mix of calcium and sodium include gem species labradorite. What P does sunstone have instead? So this is the sunstone that I showed you earlier on. I mentioned it 3 or 4 times. I hope that helped. Well done to every single one of you. Just astonishing, astonishing treat. Good luck to you all. My fingers crossed for you. I'll cross for you. Are you working on it now, Prue?
Yes, I am. I know it doesn't look like it, but I am.
Okay. It's coming together.
Yes, yep, no, absolutely.
I see some ribbons being used, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to own a unique and individual piece of Prue's jewellery, then all you have to do is message us in. Like I say, lines close at 3:30 today, and then we'll announce the winner a little bit later on. Okay, quantity-wise on this chain, I've hardly got any at all. Single figures now, so we've got to be as quick as a dart. Get your hands on them whilst you can. I've got so many pieces that are going to go fantastically well with this, so do be quick, off the mark with it whilst you can. Okay. Bringing to you again real quick treats for you now, because we've got so much to fit in. The next gemstone I'm going to bring to you is a really beautiful brightness to it. It's got a real nice mixture of kind of appeal, I would say, and it's a gem that we get to see now and again. It is not the most common of gems that we get to see, but we do get to see it in quite a varied, let's say, display of strands that can greatly change between totally and absolutely opaque to really bright, beautiful and bold. The strand I'm about to show you now, which box is it in, Petal? The strand I'm about to show you now, quantity-wise, is not absolutely epic, but I've got a decent amount of them. The reason the quantity isn't that epic is because this isn't the opaque variety. It's the bright, shiny, sparkly variety of beryl. It's just captivating, isn't it? When we bring to you beryl, very much like with the feldspars I was talking to you about earlier, we will bring you the different elements of the different gems within there, the different elements that take part in creating this cocktail, as it were. If you add to the mix, let's say, a lot of chromium, you'll get an emerald green. If you add to it lots of manganese, you'll get the morganite pinks. If you add to it more iron, then you'll get in the collection your aquamarines, but they're all under the same header. I've got a lot of those colours throughout this strand. You can get different quality beryl time and time again. The opaque beryl working out cheaper every time pretty much, because it's something that essentially is very heavily included. It's something which has less appeal on the market, and because it has less appeal, they have to take the price down to make it slightly more attractive to the buyer. This isn't that variety. This isn't the type that has a completely opaque palette to it. You can see the translucency on this yourself, and you'll see even more when you get it home. Don't forget 30-day money back guarantee if you're not totally pleased as peas. The fact of the matter is that when you have that amount of translucency through it, you are getting a different quality. You are getting a different kind of feel and different look. And because you're getting that different feel and different look, the one that is generally more prized, let's say, by the buyers and by gem collectors and by gem lovers and by the general public as well, who maybe don't know that much about gemstones, because the translucent and clear pieces are more kind of loved and adored, the price points, well, are greatly changeable depending on company, depending on time of year, but time and time again, the translucent and clearer pieces, such as this strand I have here, demanding higher prices. I have brought you translucent pieces of beryl similar to this at around the £80 mark, and quite understandably and suitably so, because it is one of the most loved families of gemstones in the world. I don't know how we did this, why we did this, or when we're going to see anything like this again, but for me, I'm about to bring you this strand at the type of price I would expect to bring a nugget, opaque, dirty, heavily included strand of beryl for. This is clear, this is sparkling, this has got elements that are totally eye clear and elements that are really beautifully translucent. I would not expect that kind of price point on a faceted gemstone. I wouldn't expect that kind of price point on a nugget strand, so it's not been faceted, it's not been treated in any kind of specific way, it's just been drilled and stranded and left rough, so there's not that much work, money, effort or time that's gone into it. I would not expect £6.95 on a version of the nugget strand. I wouldn't even expect £6.95 on a nugget strand that was totally and absolutely opaque and horrible and dirty. Pardon? They're gone. Oh, they're almost gone. Oh no, they're almost gone, ladies and gentlemen. Get your hands on these as soon as possible. A price point I've not seen before on anything like this. Okay, got to move on. So sorry about that. Loads of you treating yourself. I'm really quickly going to bring to you a Matrix box now, because this is something brand spanking new to us. I've got ball chain in here. Now, I often think sometimes that when I see some of your beaded kumihimo, like the one we did earlier, it looks a bit like ball chain.
Yes, it does, definitely.
Have you ever worked with ball chain before?
No, I have worked with it in kumihimo, and it works really, really well because it just works as if it's a continuous strand of beads, really, that you work in. So it's very effective.
Really effective.
Yes.
Now I'm bringing to you a different variety of your ball chain here. You can use this as a base for your necklaces. You can use it kind of woven into your cord pieces if you want to. This is a brand new collection, as I said, and there's a lot going on in here. Now these are your 3 colours. If I may, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take out the bronze colour of each of the elements, because each of these elements, if I was to get them all out, I'd be here for a week and a half. But each of these elements do come in the 3 colour ranges. So I've got a big amount of your ball chain. In each of the 3 colours, you're getting 3 long lengths of these, a metre's worth in each. You're getting the different sizes, so let me put them in order, it'll make more sense. So you've got, in the 3 colours, as I said, the 3mm ball chain, the 2mm ball chain, and the 1mm ball chain. And you do have the connectors at the end for each size that will work suitably with these designs to close them up. If you haven't seen these designs before, it's really simple to do. All you do is you pop 1 ball chain into this side of the element and 1 into the other, and that essentially acts as your clasp. So you get a size for each of these. So and you don't just get 1 of each size either, you get a few of each, so you'll be able to make really nice, beautiful pieces. I'm also bringing to you in this collection a selection of your jump rings, big, large jump rings in here. And you're getting a fair few of those. Like I say, again, just to remind you, it doesn't just come in this colour, it's coming in all 3 of the colours that I showed you. You're getting a big amount of spacers, 4 of them in total, in each colour. Really gorgeous texture upon those, great to be added to the to your cords if you do want to do your weaving, but also a really nice element within the likes of your wire work. And then finally, possibly the most unique, I would say, of all of the elements, you're getting the hearts. Now these hearts I've not seen before, and I think for me, just that a design by itself is so pretty. Can you see how you've got the cutout in the heart, which is actually a heart in itself, which means if you wanted to just place your ball chain through this, you'd get a really quirky, wearable heart design. You don't just get 1 of those hearts, by the way. In each one you will be getting 4, and like I said, it does come in the range of the different colours. So you're getting every single one of these designs in not only the bronze colour, but also the silver colour, and of course in your gold colour. All of it will come in this really handy storage box. It is brand spanking new collection here for you, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there's loads in there. Your price point today for all of these goodies is rolling down. Because it's Treat Tuesday, it'd be rude not to. Should we take £5 off it? That'd be good, wouldn't it? No, let's not bother. Let's take off 6 or 10. £10 we've just taken off this for you. What do you think of £10 back in your pocket, Prue? Do you like £10 back in your pocket?
I do. Strangely enough, I do like £10 back in my pocket.
I'm a fan. I'll be honest with you, I am a fan. And if I just show you, you know, the different amounts of designs and looks you can get with this, really, really simple to be able to create. If you just wanted to drop 1 of these hearts, say, from a piece of your chain to give a really wearable, quirky look. I mean, that's just elegant, isn't it? Simple to wear, elegant, throw it on, wear it every single day. And don't forget with the likes of these hearts, because they have got that brass base, you can work these with the likes of your polymer, even your essence if you wanted to, actually be really nice, wouldn't it? You could do so much with these, you truly can. And a £10 back in your pocket, really, really nice treat for you. Well done to all of you. Lots of you with it. A few of you got it in your baskets, but just to remind you as well, you do get that box with it too, which gives a really unique and individual look. And it's quite unusual for us to be able to see the bronze as well. I don't think we get to see that colour often at all. Got to put these back now, haven't I? Well done to all of you getting that. And like I said, you do get a whole metre of every single one of these chains too, which means it's just going to go on and on and on. You're going to be able to work loads. And I like the ball chain. It's quite unisex, isn't it, Brother Pete? Yeah. Brother Pete? Yeah. Yes, it is. Hey, Brother Pete, how are you?
Pretty good.
How was your Easter, Brother Pete?
It was good. I ate loads.
Yeah, you ate loads. Brilliant. Did you get Easter? Did the Easter bunny come?
Yeah.
How?
I didn't see.
He goes, yeah. Although I didn't see the bunny.
Oh, better luck next time.
Oh, maybe next time, Petal. Well done to everyone getting that. Like I said, brand spanking new. And just to remind you, that price point will go back up in price very, very soon. Okay. Do you want another treat Tuesday deal? Don't tell anyone about this. I've got for you here, ladies and gentlemen, a big, bold, beautiful gemstone. Naughty price. Okay, if you want to get your hands on this, all you have to do is ring 0800 644 655 or go to JewelleryMaker.com. All the information's there at the bottom of your screen because, ladies and gentlemen, let's face it, how often do we get to see green adventuring? It does not happen often at all. It's one of the rarer gemstones in the world. It's one of the most loved gemstones in the world, in particular in this green appeal. Aventurine is a gemstone referred to as a good luck charm. It's a good luck gemstone in many different kind of myth, legends and tales written about this because it has been around for absolutely centuries. It has got this beautiful, unique and individual kind of green about it, which is just unlike anything else I can think of. It's not as acidic as a peridot. It's not as deep as the likes of a chrome dioxide. It's got a really bang-on trend colouring if you're looking into the likes of your fashion colours for Pantone. It's got that very delicate element to it, which is a real nice difference between that and the boldness of this strand because they're big, chunky, bold pieces. Now, totally and absolutely natural and a real deal, genuine gemstone. It's flown all the way from Brazil to be with us here today, and it will be with you in your home very soon. This is pocket money prices that I'm about to show you on this. And please remember for me, it's the real deal. It's not plastic, it's not faux, it's not fake, and boy, you lot know it, because what you've got here is something which with this bigness and boldness and statement of its size, of its faceting, you don't need to go absolutely overboard with these. Using just one or two of these pieces, of these elements individually is going to give you a great effect. But you could also go wild with it if you wanted to. This on a stretchy bracelet, little piece of jadeite or turquoise in the middle, do not mind if I do, and I could wear that every single day because I know that it's durable, because it's quite up there on the Mohs scale. It's around a 6.5 on the Mohs scale, so we know it's durable, we know we can wear it, we know that it's going to go with so many of our different fashion colours because it's one of the colours for Pantone this year, this kind of tone, and we know that it's going to be something which is going to kind of mix in with all of those themes that will come into your creativity, in particular the kind of nature-based designs are what floats your boat. Lots of you coming in for these, ladies and gentlemen, really big 12mm faceted green aventurine. £4.95 for these mammoth pieces of a genuine gemstone. It's so tranquil in its look, it's so beautiful in its peel. Read all the myth, legend, folklore and tale behind this, because I tell you what, it is quite interesting to read. Obviously can't say it's all factual or real or anything else, but people believe that if you carry a piece of this in your left pocket when you go to buy your lottery ticket, they believe it gives you a better chance, apparently. And if you do want to try that out, get in touch with me if you win, please, because I think you owe me at least 7%. Yeah, fair? All right. Well done to all of you getting your hands on this. Were you expecting that kind of price point proof for such big, bold, natural?
I was wondering what was happening here today. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, you can make such a statement with it.
Yes.
From a design point of view, you can do so much. As I say, you can use it as we did in the first thing. One of them can be used as a clasp. Real statement earrings. So you can sort of steal a few from the strand and you do different things, and you've still got enough for a real statement necklace.
Which is phenomenal, isn't it? It really is beautiful. I like the idea of these as a ring as well, because they're a really nice size for that. And because they've got that glow, because they've got that shine from the faceting, I think that's going to be a really eye-catching look. Perfect size for me, I think, for a nice bit of a cocktail ring. Nice bit of a one of those, just throw it on and in fact, how much would this be if I made a ring? Let's have a look. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31, 32. I've got 32 on my strand. Now, obviously, you might have slightly more, you might have slightly less. It's all done in carat weight, but you'll have around 32. 15 pence-ish per one, I've just been told. 16p. Let's round it up. 16 pence per one, approximately. 16 pence. You can't buy a second-class stamp for that nowadays, can you? You can't. You can't buy like one of those packets of sweets that you used to buy with your pocket money and they'd be 10p. You can't even buy them anymore. Inflation. That is just astonishing. This is a genuine gemstone. It's not been made in a lab. It's not been made by adding lots of chemicals together in a blob of paint. You know, it's Mother Nature. She's been building this up over centuries, and I just think that's so much more captivating. Okay, yes, the fact we're bringing them to you at about 16p each can be definitely a reason to purchase these, but let's face it, the beauty of it, the uniqueness of it, the boldness of it, the diversity of it surely makes $4.95 just fail into significance. It really does. I would be thinking for a strand like this, for the size of them, for the gemstone itself, a much higher price point than that. And when I say double that, that's not me over exaggerating at all. I think if we were to see this at double that price, you at home would still be purchasing it. I think you would still be treating yourself to this because you know the value and the uniqueness and the individuality and the diversity of the likes of your green aventurine. So I genuinely think you would still be treating yourself to it, and quite rightly so. Okay, there's so many of you with this in your baskets from all over the world. These are just people with it in their baskets. Devon, Kent, Surrey, New Mexico, West Midlands, Bristol, Lancashire, Greater London, Cheshire, Hertfordshire, Tyne and Wear, Surrey, Berkshire, Stirlingshire. I've got Dunbartonshire with us. I've got Conway with us as well. I've got another Kent with us, and those are just people with it in their baskets. Every one of you has the same equal chance now if you check out as soon as possible, because don't forget, unless you check it out, you're just saying, oh, I quite like it. You're not saying you want it to be yours. That, for me, isn't added to your order price point. And don't forget, it's £2.95 postage and packaging. Not on every item you buy, but on everything you purchase on this channel between midnight and midnight. That's it. Between midnight and midnight, one postage and packaging of £2.95, and it'll be with you in a few days. I just think it's great because a lot of places and a lot of people will do it, and understandably so, on the weight of whatever you're buying, on the amount of times you're purchasing, on the amount of times you're checking out. We don't do that. Check out as many times as you like. It's £2.95 from midnight till midnight. Can't say fairer than that, can you? £4.95. Well done to every single one of you. And don't forget, more treats. That is just beautiful. But my producer, Toby McToberson, has not told us the time in which he wants to play this. It's brand spanking new. Yes, it's real turquoise. No, it's not dyed howlite. No, it's not fake plastic. No, it's not been reconstituted. It's not made out of resin. It's real deal turquoise in a shape and a faceting that I have not seen combined ever before. Brand spanking new strand, and I mean the quality of it. I mean, just look at the value in that colouring. I mean, it's not weak, is it? It's not weak or twee, is it? That is big, bold, eye-catching, in-your-face quality, and that is coming up for you really, really shortly, apparently. I just don't know when. Beardy Toby, my wonderful producer, doesn't like to tell me these things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have got for you so many goodies coming up after the break, including a lot of inspiration from our wonderful guest designer, Prue, and she's working with materials I've not seen before. I've got loads of brand new. I expected them to shake more. I've got loads of brand new seed beads here for you, and I've got some stunning gemstones. I'm also going to be announcing the winner of that competition. Stay exactly where you are. Treat Tuesday continues after this break.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Turquoise is one of the only gemstones named for its colour. The beautiful blue tones in turquoise are instantly recognisable. Turquoise often displays a beautiful black matrix across its surface, and this is often referred to as a web. Turquoise itself has been revered since ancient times. It's synonymous with the Native American culture, and it's often viewed as a very spiritual stone. Turquoise is one of the birthstones for December, making it a perfect addition to your collection. Turquoise has been used throughout history as well. Ancient Aztec civilizations actually prized turquoise as a gemstone above gold. The best examples of turquoise can be seen from the Sleeping Beauty mines in Arizona. These gemstones in particular are very, very clear and often don't display any surface inclusions at all.
Oh my goodness. Treat Tuesday is just going through all of these levels of excellence. Honestly, no, it's gone from, oh, let's have a look at some gemstones we've not seen in a while. Hey, naughty price point over there, how are you doing? What? A competition? Really? Who? Prue? That's who. I didn't think that through, I'll be honest, Prue. How are you, Prue, lovely lady?
Oh yeah, I'm working away. There's steam coming off my Kumimo disc.
Oh, you are working up a storm because Prue is making your competition prize right now. Now, if you missed out on that question, we did let you know what it was earlier on. Here it is, just as a quick recap. If you do want to have a little look at this, you can enter, and you have to text in the next few minutes. This is your question for the competition. We'll announce the winner a little bit later on in the show, but it's to do with the beautiful sunstone which I showed you earlier on. So do feel free to text in and we'll announce the winner a little bit later on. 60777, start text with the word JM Studio. Now, I've got so many goodies coming up for you. That chain I did for you was epic. Do you fancy some gold? Some real gold? Do you? Not plated, not flash, not filled. Genuine gold coming up for you a little bit later. Stunning turquoise in a shape and facet that personally I've never ever seen before, and we haven't got anything like it on the website currently. I've got so many treats and so many goodies and more inspiration to come. Really quickly, before I get into that kit, I'm going to bring to you now your start buy, and the start buy that we're bringing to you is something that, well, we don't get to see it that often at all, do we? Realistically, it's not something that we get to bring to you at all generally. It's brand spanking new for you, and I've got to say that if you want to treat yourself to something unique and individual, now is your opportunity. What's my quantity on this, please? Oh, really? 55. That's it. That's all I've got, which is a shame, because the quality of this lepidolite is off the scale. That is not your usual lepidolite, is it? Look at the elements, those inclusions within this, which bring the gemstone from darkness to light. It's like an infusion of amethyst meets the most exquisite and captivating labradorite. You have got here, ladies and gentlemen, an exceptional opportunity to be one of only 55 people in the world right now to own this brand new strand. It is a gemstone which, if you believe in the likes of your crystal healing, you will know a lot about this. It's a gemstone which is often described as a gem that can help bring love, that can help bring hope, and that can help you to kind of bring light and laughter to your life. If those are kind of the belief aspects you have in gemstones, then that's a gem that this is written a lot about within those elements. But also what you have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a gem that is so unique and individual and very often copied. It was copied for a very, very, very long time, whereby what they would get was they would get either generally a poor quality amethyst, and what they would do was trying to add a matrix to this and that beautiful look and appeal. And many, many, many were sold in very, very, very well-known beautiful pieces of jewellery. The only reason they found out what it was is because when they looked at it through a microscope, they actually saw gas bubbles in the glue that they'd attached those scales and details and interests on. The quality of this is absolutely phenomenal. The gemstone name itself actually describes the look you get with this. Lepidos, it is the word that's derived from the Greek, lepidos, and that's where it gets its name from. And lepidos means scales, and that is what the ancient Greeks believed gave you this effect. They believed it was a mystical creature encaptured within there that gives you these soul-like scales internally. What you have here, ladies and gentlemen, is so unique and so different. If you don't have lepidolite in your collection, you don't have anything like this. And I have to say, I do have lepidolite in my collection, but it's nowhere near this standard. The amount of those elements that you have within here, can you see that really stunning appeal underneath the surface? Every single one of those scales, as it's referred to within there, has the element of sheen and shiller, but it's not like the inclusions we saw in the sunstone with the elements of the hematite in there. It's almost like you've got elements of moonstone within there that gives you this sheen and shiller. It is very much like little silver leaves just sort of crackled within there, and it's just so captivating. It's not a gemstone we get to see often at all, and I have to say that realistically, like I said, only 55 people in the world right now has the chance to own this. We don't get to see lepidolite often because it is one of the rarer gemstones in the world, and also because when we do try and get our hands on it, we don't tend to get big quantities, and therefore we try and wait until we get a decent enough amount. We waited long enough for this strand. We've waited for so many months and still could only get 55 of them, because basically when we put an order in for a selection of strands, we can't just say, okay, we want, you know, 100 strands of lepidolite because we could get very varied qualities, and we could get very sketchy kind of different ones where, you know, you might get a great strand, your next door neighbour might get ones without any of those scale-like inclusions in at all. So we can't do that. We go for the best quality we can get at a great price point that we can get at a decent enough quantity. And my quantity of this for 55 people to own this in the world today, obviously that might vary if I get multi-buyers on this, but because of that low level amount of quantity, I will encourage you to be as quick as you possibly can on the phones. It's unique, it's captivating. I mean, if you just stare into this for a moment and you just see the quality of that sheen and shiller on each of these scales, I'll be honest with you, it's even more captivating in real life because you can see the reflection of the lights in here, because the lights are obviously very, very strong and bold indeed within here, so that you can see the set around me. But honestly, when you get this home, 30-day money-back guarantee if you're not captivated, and I'm sure you will be. Treat yourself to this whilst you can, because I've already got people purchasing this, and I have to be honest with you, this is a strand that I love and adore. I have lepidolite, and I was slightly annoyed that I had quite recently bought lepidolite and it's nowhere near this quality. I was slightly sort of, oh, I can't believe I paid more than that at staff cost for one that isn't as great a quality as this. But I don't dwell on these things. And I've kind of done something a little bit naughty, because I want to purchase this one as well. And therefore I'm going to do what I know how to do, which is drop the price point of this so that I can get it at a deal of a steal at £30 for one of the rarer gemstones in the world, the quality of which is absolutely epic. And honestly, I've spent more of the price point on that as a staff cost than for what isn't the same quality at all. It's nowhere near as great a quality, I would say. We are dropping this down today. I have got multi-purchase, which means I now have around 53 people in the world able to own this. That's it, because I have multi-purchases on this. Your price point today is just £24.95 for this absolutely captivating gemstone, and it is captivating. This isn't faux, this isn't fake. So they did used to fake it by sticking scale like silver leaf pieces on top of gemstones, but obviously, you know, we looked at those through a magnifying glass, through really high and microscopic, we saw these microscopic gas bubbles where they'd actually glued them on. But that's how much people used to want this gemstone, and still do out there in the trade. I tell you what, we got kind of let's just say we got a few questions about the prices at which we were going to be selling things like the lepidolite and the more unusual gemstones, and on the, like, so the turquoise. We got questioned about the types of price points we were going to be doing for them, because things like this, the unusual gems for the connoisseurs in the trade at the moment, we're doing so competitive prices that we basically were asked what price we were going to go to, because we don't want to be underpinned by other connoisseurs and other people in the trade who, and we have had this in the past with certain gemstones in particular, the likes of unusual ones like this, or big kind of unique strands and quality of things like the turquoise I've got coming up for you later. We have had people from essentially rival companies in rival trades coming in and buying our prices to try and underpin us, because of the price points that we do are so ridiculous, and then selling them on at a much higher price point for essentially something that we've spent all the time sourcing and getting and stranding and everything else. We've had that happen a lot in our history, and it always happens on strands like this that are unique and individual. They're hard to get your hands out of the trade, but also on really high-end gemstones that time and time again gemstone sellers, jewellery makers who make and sell their jewellery will kind of want to have, like the turquoise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you all know, I've got a massive amount of you checked out. There was only 55 chances on this, and now 54 people in the world, that's it, get to own it, because I had a multi-purchase on this, and that means you've got one less person in the world managing to own it. But actually, when we look at quantity on this now, I'm last chance saloon, that means I've got 30 or less of this. We don't get to see quality like this often. Most certainly certainly not at a reduced price. I do need to remind you, because a lot of you have it in your baskets, you're kind of tinkering on the edge of danger there, if I might say. A lot of you with it in your baskets, I just need to remind you that until you check it out, it doesn't mean it's yours. And also that price point is going to have to go back up. It will go back up at 8 o'clock. So really important that you're checking out as soon as you can, because otherwise you don't want to pay that original price. Don't get me wrong, original price is great, but at this reduced price, that is sensational. Well done to every single one of you. Be prepared to fall in love with this, because trust me, once you see high quality lepidolite like this, you really won't look at another gemstone in the same way. 30-day money back guarantee if you don't fall in love, but I know you will. £24.95. And I've got to say, some of the strands that I've got with Peru now are going to look really very special with the likes of that lepidolite. Just want to say well done to every single one of you, because honestly, we don't get to see pieces like that often at all. And I always think that's nice. I always think that's really captivating. Pro, you have just got such a gorgeous selection and collection here. Tell me about this collection we're going to be inspired by now, please.
Well, it's driven by that fabulous ribbon that is so pretty and feminine. But it can be used in so many different ways. When you braid it, it sort of crunches up within the braid and gives a much cleaner line. So I've put bows everywhere because I love bows, but you don't have to. You can take away some of those bows and you've got some very clean lines there. And the colours that go with it, I had such fun with this. And it's so summery as well.
It really is, isn't it? It's so elegant and cutesy. And just if I bring these ribbons over, the quality of them is just phenomenal.
Beautiful handle, yes.
Really wonderful. And is that important when you're working with the likes of Kumi Himo?
Yes, it's crucial really, because it drives the way the braid is going to turn out. So with something like this, it's a very fine texture. It actually works like cord once you start braiding with it, because the ribbon collapses down in the slots to give you a cord-like effect. And so with something like this, you don't want the ribbon too thick. So this is absolutely perfect for Kumi Himo.
The feel of it is just exceptional.
And it's beautiful for tying bows because it doesn't crush. And so sometimes if you're working with something that's very delicate and trying to tie a bow, as your fingers pinch parts of the bow, you get little creases. You don't with this, it's uncrushable. So the bows pop back up into a nice shape really. So that's really nice for tying bows.
So it gives it kind of a luscious look, as opposed to sometimes where you get those almost damp squib ones that look a bit flat.
No damp squibs.
No damp squibs.
No, they're all very perky.
So to create these perky bows, you have the gorgeous ribbon. Now you're getting 3 meters worth of each of these, and as you can see, they're kind of quite a vintage floral design as a theme running throughout each of them. You are getting a 25 mil in your thickness of these, in the diameter should I say, and like I said, 3 meter length on each of them. Honestly, the feel of these is just beautiful. It's not a stiff kind of cotton feel at all.
No.
It's really not. It is a really soft, delicate yarn feel to these. I'm then going to add to the collection the likes of the Kumi Himo cord ends. Now I showed you a collection of these earlier on. These are now coming in that really lovely rose gold colour. If you've only just tuned in, I've got in here the likes of your charm hangers, which you can see at the end. They're great to add on to the beautiful weaves that you do, to add droppers. I've then got the toggle clasp with the T-bar and the link, and you also get a selection of the jump rings and the cord ends too, which can help you finish off these pieces and these designs. And it gives it a really nice kind of look and finish, a very professional finish you get with these. And if you look as to exactly what I mean, you'll be able to see, use the cord ends and the actual clasps there to give a really pretty look. And I like how you've just added the extra gemstones there, just for a little bit more decadence.
A little bit extra, yes.
A little bit extra decadence. So you get those cord ends there, everything you see on your screen. And then the gemstones themselves. Now, really very big and bold white shell pearl. How are these to work with the actual cords themselves?
Yeah, no, they're absolutely tremendous. They're beautiful. They make such a statement. You know, just one pearl like that looks amazing.
Really
and when you've
does.
got a whole strand, you can have loads of fun with them. Yes.
And I quite like how, in particular, when I bring over the angelite, yeah, you heard me. The colours of them just go with that vintage feel,
Yes,
don't they?
Definitely, definitely. I've never come across angelite before. I loved working with it.
What did you like about working with the angelite?
It's a beautiful, soft colour, really. Yes, it just is a really perfect baby blue, isn't it, really?
Yeah. And how does it feel? Because I think the touch to angelite is slightly different than other gems.
Yeah, no, that's right. It does have a very satiny feel to it. Yes, and this is altogether a very tactile kit with the feel of the ribbons and the pearls and the angelite. It's really a joy to work with.
If you yourself are a very tactile person, I think this will be a great collection. You've got some really delicate pieces which can stand on their own, but equally work beautifully together. Just to reiterate what we're getting, a massive collection of Yakumi Himo ends. That's in the rose gold plating, and those are for the 6mm cord ends. You get a pack of 3. You're then getting 3 meters on each of these wonderful ribbons, which are 25mm. You're then getting the gemstones. That angelite, which is an 8mm, very rarely seen, that gemstone, and absolutely unique in its look and its luster. And also you get that big bold 12mm on the white shell pearl. Today your price point is rolling down from close to £40, which is an understandable price tag for the amount we're getting here, and also the angelite is a high-end gemstone, don't forget, very high-end. To roll it down to £27.95 is absolutely mind-boggling. When you look at the amount you've created, the amount of the cord you're getting in here, the added extras you're getting, that is something absolutely corker of a price, isn't it, Prue?
Yes, no, it totally is. And because everything ties in so beautifully, that's the great value of something like this, that everything ties in together. You can make all these beautiful pieces of jewellery, and these can be a starting point for ideas. It'll all work.
It's just beautiful collection, genuinely. And you're right, they do just work. There's been a lot of thought put into the design features of these, the design aspects of these, making sure the feel of them kind of connect and make sense together. The fact that the colours themselves collect together and work well. It's just such a unique individual look that we're getting with these. And bang on trend, I would say, with all the colours and the vintage-esque feel that we have throughout them all. Honestly, it's just going to go on and on and on, this kit. And the cords themselves give such a different look that we're not used to seeing, I would say.
Yes, yes.
It's just so unique and individual, it truly is. £27.95, such a big price drop there on all of this. Very special. Now, I'm really quickly going to have to bring on the seed beads for you. Producer Toby's bringing on your seed beads now, which I'm going to get on your screen, because you did get the seed beads as well. You can see that you've used these. How are these ones to work with within these designs?
Lovely. I mean, I'm a great lover of seed beads, everybody knows that, and I think they make a wonderful structure to all your designs. They're very reliable. You know what you can do with them. You know the drill hole size, and you get lots of them, so you can use them. You can be as generous as you like with them, really. So they were lovely to work with. And again, the colours tied in so beautifully, and with the findings, the Kumihimo findings and everything. You can't go wrong, really, when you've got the colours matching up.
Yes, and these colours do match as well beautifully with those clasps and the charm hangers. Big amount of those spacers, seed beads, you get in 600 of them in total, and they are in that rose gold colour, and these ones are the 4mm for you today in that really rich colour, which just gives such a beautiful look. And don't forget, if you watched our first demonstration with Prue where we used the gold variety, you can use these if you're more of a rose gold kind of person. I also have the threading pack in here too, with your beading thread. It's loads of pieces of wire with a nice coating over the top. We have DVDs dedicated to how to use these. You've also got your monofilament within here, which is a bit like a really strong fishing wire, really nice and clear, great for the likes of beading. And you have your elastic, wonderful for stretchy bracelets or to add movement to pieces as well. Price point today, is rolling down. Don't forget, if you are new and you have no idea what I've just said about these, it all comes in your DVD and your booklet. It explains them all and it sort of says how you can use them. £12.95 for 600 of those spaces and for all of those wonderful kind of elements here. And trust me, we use these all the time. If you're a crocheter like myself, you will love the texture and the feel of beading thread. If you're a beader, then the monofilament truly is going to become your best friend. And if you have got kind of really simple quick makes you want to do, so that you can just whip up something to make for your evening out, you know, a piece of jewellery to go with your evening out outfit, then a stretchy bracelet time and time again with the likes of that elastic just makes your life so easy. It really does. All of these spaces and that threading pack is just £12.95 rolled down price for you today. And we're going to see exactly how to use these pieces with lovely Prue's demonstration. So all you have to do, add these to your baskets, check them out and make a note of today's date, and that means that you can watch it back at your own leisure. So where are we going to be starting today, please, Prue?
Well, we're going to do the second necklace along, and we're going to start with the focal section of that. And what I really wanted to show today was how you can use beads that are actually, these shapes are actually larger than you would often associate with kumihimo, and how you can incorporate them into your kumihimo designs. Because once you get above 8mm, you tend not to actually braid them in, you know, add them into. So you use the smaller beads for that, but you can do some wonderful designs with them. Obviously, the larger beads. So what we're going to start with, and this design makes great use of all the beading thread as well, because we're going to use that in 2 different places.
Okay.
So for larger beads, what you're mainly aiming for is to make some sort of focal, but you want to make yourself loops so you can start your kumihimo off. So that's what we're going to start with. So take a length of beading thread. That's probably a bit more than you need, but I'd say, what's that, about 75 centimetres.
Yes.
So that's a good starting point. And then it's a matter of starting in the middle, and you can do, you know, pretty much whatever design you want. So I've started off with a little ring of pearls, and then brought it up with some loops on either side. So let's do it the same way, and I think I use 5 beads, which is always nice to have odd numbers, really.
And why is that?
I think nature, you know, petals of a flower are often uneven. It just seems to, in a situation like this, it will give you 1 bead right in the middle as the focal, really, which is often what you want in a design. So I'm just threading on these fabulous great pearls, which really you don't need to do anything to. You just thread them all on a strand of a stretchy bracelet. Would be absolutely amazing, wouldn't it? So alternating them, and as I say, I'm going to go for 5. And the great thing always with beading thread, it's very easy to thread on because you've got that nice, you're using a nice firm end there. So when you've got them on, I just need 1 more of the seed beads. And again, this is where the holes, it's so nice to have these large holes. It gives you a lot of flexibility. So center them on the beading thread and then pass through with one side of the beading thread through the single bead at one end, the single spacer bead at one end. So that gives us our focal point. And then I think I've added a couple of extra beads just to give myself a bit of space. And with something like this, just take your time. It's such fun to do threading on. Play around with it. Work out what you like the look of.
Oh, I've just found a board here.
Oh,
can I just pop that underneath?
Oh, magic!
Can I? Thanks, Prue.
And now this beautiful angelite,
which is just beautiful.
And you're very right about the feel of it. It is unusual.
It's really unique.
So I'm just making a symmetrical design.
Can beginners get involved with this, Prue?
Oh, yes. Perfect for beginners, perfect for anyone. And actually, you know, for children as well, this part of it is very good. Yes, because you're just using easy things to see, and it's easy to undo if you don't like the look of what you've done. So I'm just And again, this can be as long or as short as you want it to be. Just make sure you keep it tight, or keep tightening it up. So I think I have one more angel out on each side. And then we'll have a couple of spacer beads as well on each side. In fact, I'll put just one on there. Again, I'm doing probably slightly different to the original one there, because it absolutely doesn't matter. So I think that's enough of a sort of focal for me. Now I want to go up on each side and give myself a loop on each side to start my kumihimo. So I think I'll have a couple more of those.
Quite nice because it is kind of just following a pattern, isn't it?
Yes, and each time you will do it a little bit differently and have the enjoyment of it. Right, so I think I'll stop at this point on each side. You could do another sort of central section and keep going up.
I suppose you can make it as large and defined or as delicate as you wanted.
And that's the great thing about having a lot of gemstones to play around with, really. So this is going to be the centre of our necklace. So now we need to make something that we can actually start our kumihimo from. So what I need is a crimp that I thread on.
You can get the likes of your crimps on the website and in a findings pack.
And they're so useful. And then what I just want to do is crimp that close to the I'm just going to take a pair of pliers, close to the last bead. So what I'm just going to do is hold one thread. Right, so just you want to just nice and tight. And what I want to do now is judge how big I need that loop to be.
Okay.
Because I want to get through there. For the next part, I need to get through 2 lengths of ribbon and 2 lengths of beading thread.
Okay.
So I think about that will do it. Don't worry about that loosening up. We can tighten that up in a minute when we do the second side. And now I'm just going to crimp that with my crimping pliers.
You can use your flat noses as well if you wanted to.
Yes.
Which you just get in the standard jewellery making kit, toolkit.
And what I'm just going to do is just tie a little knot here, just so these don't fall off while I'm working on that side.
Okay.
Because I'm going to work on this side for us now.
And you don't want them to run away.
No, absolutely.
So in the beading section, you'll see that Prue's used a lot of those beautiful metallic spaces. I'm going to bring you really quickly a different size now so that you have the opportunity to treat yourself to these. I'm being told by my producer that they are new, and we're going to bring them to you very, very quickly in the different sizes. So we're going for the smaller ones first. Okay, so first off, I'm going to bring to you these smaller rounds. We have got a slightly different size coming up for you. They come in these large tubes, and as you can see, you get loads of them. The drill hole on these is mammoth, isn't it? Absolutely huge. Now, these ones, Toby, you said were new, did you? So we've got the new size here, not been seen before. They're quite a bit larger than the kind of original ones. If I just place these ones down here, you'll be able to see there is quite a large difference actually in the size of them. The ones that you've got in the actual tube here are mammoth at a 5x4 approximately. Now, the price point is rolling down on these. We're going to do you an introductory price on them, brand new, 350 of them approximately in each tube. In that rose gold colour, your price point today has rolled down to just $11.95, and just to let you know that it is rose gold plating that we've got in here, not just rose gold. You could use these with the likes of those ribbons that we've got in here because they have got a really large drill hole, but also they're going to be perfect to use alongside the likes of those original satin cords that we did for you a little bit earlier on. Those ones there are £11.95 for you, and if you do want them in the gold, I have got the gold available for you also. Same thing, same size, same kind of drill hole. The only difference is the colouring of these. We've gone for the genuine real deal gold over the top of them. The gold ones are coming onto your screen now. So if you do want to get your hands on these ones, your graphics are about to come onto the screen. Just call the call centre and say which colour you want, or if you want both of them for that really nice mixed media look. These, oh sorry, Toby's brought the wrong ones on. It's these ones though you've brought on screen, isn't it? So we've brought the larger ones, I do apologise, we've brought the larger ones on your screen for you now. Again, these are new, they're a 6x5, we're rolling that price down on them. Your price point today, these are larger than the ones I've just shown you. We've matched that price point on those, 240 of these in total, and these ones are $11.95. Like I say, they are slightly larger than the ones I've just shown you. They're a 6x5 in size, so do treat yourself to those ones whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Okay, I'm back with you, Prue.
Right, so where we got to, we had our loop already, and so now what you need to do is we're going to use double quantities, which we're going to thread through so that we get, we're going to thread through 4 pieces, 2 of ribbon, 2 of beading thread. They will be doubled once we get them through the loop.
Got you.
So I've got half the ribbon here, so I think the ribbon is 3 metres. So I've
yes,
got,
it is.
1.5 metres here, which I've folded in half, and I'm just going to use a little bit of beading thread or wire or anything exactly to get it through. That's right, to get that through the loop that we've made. In fact, I'm just going to trim that loop off. We don't really...
The spare bit.
Yes, absolutely. And what we can do at the end is just pop a crimp cover on there and trim away the rest of the tail.
Okay.
So pull it through and centre it.
Just to let you know, the text lines on that competition have officially closed. We will announce the winner a little bit later.
So once you've pulled it through, then you can cut that loop that you used to pull it through. And then what we're going to do, we're actually going to use beading thread to kumihimo with this. And the reason for that is it makes our ribbon go a little bit further, actually.
Brilliant.
It gives a really nice texture to it, and it gives an interesting surface effect to the braid. And what's going to happen is when we braid, the ribbon, you're going to use less ribbon than we are of beading thread, so you need quite a bit more beading thread. So have about 1.5 meters, 2 lengths of 1.5 meters. I won't be doing the whole thing.
Okay.
And again, they go through. Now, beading thread's very springy. And so in kumihimo, you don't really want one of the things you're working with to be springier than the other.
Okay.
So I'm centering it on there. And then what I'm going to do is put it on my kumihimo disc. So what's happening here is all these are going to go through the hole in the middle. And just pull them all through. And my beaded section is going to work pretty much as a weight. Might add a bit of weight as well. Sometimes at the beginning you might want a bit more. And then I'm going to position the ribbons on the kumihimo disc in the... Now actually I'm going to use a slightly older disc for this, and so this is quite a good example of sometimes you want a new disc, sometimes you want an older. Discs do change, but they're never dead.
They're never useless.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the reason for this is that ribbon. I had an older one beside me here just because the slots are a little bit looser, so the ribbon will fit in better. So I'm going to just position the ribbon, and you can see, there we go, it on either side of the north and south dots. And then I'm going to put the beading thread on either side of the east and west dots. Now, the springiness, the way we're going to deal with that is we're actually going to use weighted bobbins. So that's an ordinary bobbin that we've taped 2 50p pieces to. And that gives you about 25 grams. So in there are 2 25 pieces. That gives me just a little bit of extra weight. You can buy weighted bobbins in other places, but you actually don't need to. Because when you don't want them weighted anymore, you can just remove them. And the reason for this is just to keep that beading thread under control while I'm working.
Okay.
And the other little tip with beading thread is with a needle, just make a tiny hole. You might be able to see it there. Make a tiny hole just on the top of the bobbin like that, so that when you open it up, you can pop the beading thread through that hole
Okay.
and knot it.
Okay.
And that means that you can pull it tight and thread it on.
Ah,
Because
clever.
otherwise it's quite difficult to keep it in place.
Okay. So that
Yeah.
just secures it for
Yes,
good, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
What if you don't have weighted bobbins? What else could I do?
Well, you could put heavy beads on. So,
Brilliant.
you know, just find some of your heavier gemstones and use them. And it will be, just try to keep them even and aim for something between 20 and 25 grams on each one. And that will just do the trick and make all the difference. Otherwise, what you might find is you get loops on your beading thread that stick out beyond the rest of the braid.
Got ya.
So I'm just going to put the other 2 beading threads on my other weighted bobbins.
Whilst you're adding those on in the same way, I'll bring you the rest of these new spacers very, very quickly. Larger size in the rose gold first. These are new. There are 6x5 on these ones. You're getting around 240. Adds a really nice metallic edge to your pieces. And of course, if you wanted to do the pieces collections that Prue showed you before with the designing, the first designer inspiration, then this would be perfect for it. They're brand new. They've got a really good sized drill hole on them. Great for wire work, kumihimo, macrame, beading, and so much more. Your price point today, you can see the arrows and so can I, is rolling down. Your price point today on this new collection, it's just £11.95 for you. It's a big amount of brass in here. It's around 45 grams worth you've got. And then you have that genuine rose gold over the top of these to give you a really nice, elegant high shine. And if you did want to get your hands on the smaller ones, we did bring those ones to you earlier on. And there is a difference in the size there. So it will give you a different look, or you can do a graduation if you want to. And then also I have got the gold in the smaller ones as well. So these ones here, the same size. These ones are the 5x4. I'll bring you the gold ones really, really quickly. These are the smaller ones, similar to the ones we did previously. They are the rounds again, and they are the slightly smaller size. What I like is we've actually gone to the effort of putting the smaller size in the round tube and the larger size in the triangular tube, so it's really easy, very, very simple to kind of see the difference. We're bringing you the smaller round ones, the smaller round beads in the round tube today. 5x4mm, again, genuine gold over the top. The price on these ones is rolling down. 350 of them, £11.95. If you want to know which ones you're purchasing, have a look at the photograph. The ones in the triangles in either side are the largest ones, and the ones in the round tubes are the smaller ones, and also the smaller tubes, have a more quantity. There's 350 on these, and the larger ones you get around 240. £11.95 for those ones. Well done, everyone. Okay.
And I was just going to say, the bracelet there that I've done with the smaller ones, you can just, with these, you just size up your design. So you can make some really dramatic things, same technique.
Bit of a chunkier look, yeah. Okay, fantastic. I'm with you. You've attached all of them with the bobbins.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got weighted either with my 50p's or with heavy gemstones. I've got the dangling down below. I've got the focal part that I've made, and I'm actually going to attach a little weight to that to give myself a bit more weight. Again, it's all about keeping it under control, keeping the cords tight across the face of the kumihimo disc. And then we're off now on the regular round braid, the 8-cord round braid. But what happens is, because we're using two things of such different sizes and textures, we get a different look.
Fab.
But it's nice and easy. So with this, what you do is you go top right down and bottom left up. And then you turn your disc a quarter turn in either direction, and the same thing, top right, this time you're using a wire, top right down, bottom left up. In this first turns, don't pull on these too hard because there's nothing securing them, they're just going through that loop that we've already made, so don't pull too hard, but after that then you do pull quite hard on them. So again, I turn a quarter turn in the same direction in this case, top down and bottom up, and turn again. And now that those wires, the beading thread, are more firmly secured, you can go pull a little bit harder. And what they do is they pull that ribbon into position to make a really nice tight round braid. So just again, just continue with your top down and bottom up. And I must say these are lovely to, you know, as you're working them. You know, the feel of materials is really important when you're actually working with them, that you're working with things that feel attractive to your hands, really. So I'm going to do a couple more. Now what you will find with bobbins, they can get a little bit tangled up. So keep them as close as possible to the disc and just release more wire as you need it.
Okay.
Do a little bit more and then see what's happening underneath. And that always is the exciting part in workshops when you're teaching people to do kumihimo for the first time. You teach them how to do it and they concentrate on it, and then there's a wonderful moment when everyone looks underneath and sees a beautiful braid forming underneath.
Oh, nice. With the larger ribbons, does that change the time in which the looks of a braid builds up?
Yes, nice and quick. Yes, so the bigger the cord, the faster it works. And you actually need, if this is a much thinner cord, you would need far more than this. I'm going to end up with much more. Earlier in the show, someone asked about the length that you need, and I said 3 times. This will need far less than 3 times this.
Oh,
but it's quite hard to assess in advance how much you're going to need. So that's why we always give the guidance 3 times, and then if you've got a bit extra, fine, do it, make it into something else.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. That came from absolutely nowhere. I'm so sorry. That pounced upon me.
Right, now.
Oh, it tickled that.
I think we're nearly getting something to see underneath. And of course you could use different colours if you wanted to, 2 different colours, and then you get a bit more of a sort of spiral 2-tone effect. You can have lots of fun with this kit. So now I think it's time to have a little peep underneath and see our little braid coming out. And so you get that quite unusual effect with the very thin part.
Yeah, you can see that, can't you?
Of the beading thread and then the ribbon in between, which makes it look quite different to the normal round braid.
Yeah, it does.
So that's basic. So you continue then until your ribbons have run out, basically. And then once you get to that point where your ribbons have run out, you need to tie the braid across the top. So again, do opposite ribbons. Tie them across the top.
Knot in.
Yep. Because you don't want all your hard work, even though my hard work was only about 1 centimetre. You don't want it to all unravel.
No, you don't.
And then once you've done that, that braid's going nowhere, so you're absolutely fine. So you can take it off the disc and slide it through. I think it's going to come through. Yep, there we go. Right, and so then the next stage is to put the ends on. So what you need to do, so you've got it nice and safely tied there. So what you need to do is just glue that little bit with any sort of glue that you've got, because it's going to be something that's going to soak into the fibres and just stop everything from unravelling. So you can use all-purpose glue, you can use E6000, anything that you've got to hand that actually seems to sink into the fibres a bit. And once that has happened, what you can do, what you will have then is, so here I've actually glued it and I've let it set, and so then once that's properly secured, then I can just cut through that. You'll probably need quite sharp scissors to cut through that. The red shears that we do are really good, or your own kitchen shears or whatever. I see. And then, so the glue now is keeping that absolutely firm and tight, so you don't need to worry about anything else.
Okay.
So then the next stage, and the other thing at this point, while the glue is soft, you do have the opportunity to manipulate this braid slightly. So if your ends are a little bit tight, you can kind of pull and manipulate. If you think the ends you're going to use are a little bit big, then you can kind of do the opposite, sort of squash them the other way and fatten them up. So you get a nice fit, basically.
That's good.
And then, now I never use glue on live TV because then I get too sticky basically. I can't go on to the next stage, can I? So once you've done that, once you've secured that and it's all dry and you've cut it through and all the rest of it, then you can put your kumihimo end on. And for this you will need a nice strong glue. So again, the sorts of glue that you want are E6000,
the starter kit that we used to sell, people might still have that. That had a glue in it, that had Zap Gel in, Hypo Cement as well.
Fab.
I mean, the main thing with glue is technique, not the actual glue.
Okay.
And so read the manufacturer's instructions carefully, make sure you observe the drying time and the curing time, and don't touch, once you've fixed it, don't touch it at all, because if you have a little tug too early, you've actually broken the bond.
I see.
And it may not be obvious straight away. You may think, oh, that's okay, but you have actually damaged it, and then at a later stage that could, you know, it could just come undone.
Weaken it in a
But
way,
all these
okay.
glues are really made for this purpose, so if you use them properly, they will work. And so what you do is use a cocktail stick to apply some glue to the inside of the cap, just wiping it round the sides, remembering that less is more with glue.
Okay.
And then what I also do is just put a tiny little bit of glue onto the end of the braid, and then you insert it into the cap like that. And this is a nice tight fit, which is what we want. And do it in a twisting motion, because what you're doing then is you're actually spreading the glue.
Ah, I see. Clever tip.
And then leave it.
Leave it.
Leave it completely. So don't do the final stage until you're absolutely sure that it's completely dried. And then the final stage is to put the clasp on, and you can either use the oval ring,
which you do get as part of the kit.
Yep. Or, as I've done there, you can do a little rosary link, just to give yourself a different look. And the way to do that, when you're doing that, is you need to make sure that the first loop for your rosary link is quite large, because otherwise it won't go through this very small hole, and the curve of it will make it difficult to go through. So start off with a reasonably large wrapped loop.
Yeah.
And there are instructions for that. Actually, I'm going to make that a little bit. So I'm going about halfway down my pliers there to give myself a reasonably large one. Whereas I think normally we'd make rosary links a little bit closer to the tip of our pliers. So half close it, and then slide the end on.
So place that into the cap end.
Absolutely. And then finish off your wrapped loop.
Wrap loop's always a great technique to learn, so do give it a go if you're new, because we use it quite a lot.
Yes, I think it really is the most important jewellery technique. I think it makes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, for me, it was a real turning point learning how to do a wrap loop actually, and then pop your angelite on or whatever. And what we can do is just tuck that end in a moment when you're finished. Then do your second wrap loop, and again, I'm going to do the same technique of half finishing my loop. Now in this case, I'm going to do a slightly smaller wrapped loop, so I make it further down my pliers.
Okay.
The start to the finish, so that I've got that nice curve on it.
Okay.
And then pop the clasp on and finish off. And again, you may want to use pliers on both sides, or you may want to use, I find our wire is nice and malleable, so I prefer to use my hand and a pair of pliers. And then the key always is the finishing off and making sure that with a pair of pliers you just squash down those ends so that there's absolutely nothing that might be a rough. These are slightly large nose pliers, but it's important to take your time to do that.
Because you want a nice, comfy, wearable piece, don't you?
Exactly. You don't want to scratch anyone with it. No, exactly. So that basically is the ending method, and of course you repeat that for the other side.
Fantastic, Prue. Thank you so much for showing us all of that. Essentially, the entire piece, right from the gemstone beading all the way to the kumihimo and the kind of wire work at the end. Just a beautiful look with that. Thank you so much, Prue.
Thank you.
They've just been fab designs, haven't they? Prue, how's your challenge going, please?
Oh, it's going.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it is going well,
It is.
actually.
I believe you. I believe you. Now, you've got probably about an hour left.
Yep, no, that'll be fine. I'll be
Is
there.
that okay?
Yep, just about.
I'm heading on over.
Crossed.
Fingers crossed. We're giving that away, Prue. We are going to head on over here now because I'm going to squeeze in a couple of last minute treats for Treat Tuesday before the break. Now, I've got so much more coming up for you. I've got so many more goodies. Hello to my turquoise, that brand new turquoise. And I've got some bundles coming up. Really silly prices. And I have the competition winner and I have so many other deals. So really quickly, before the break, we're going to head on over to, say it to me again, the cord ends. Which will go sensationally well with the kit or with any kumihimo that you wish to complete. These are the hook ends that we have here, Prue. Can you tell us a little bit about why these are different to the kind of cup ends we're used to seeing?
Well, they do the same job, but they do it all in one go. So they've got the clasp integrated in with it. And they give such a really clean contemporary look, I think.
Yes.
And also with those triangular ends on them, that gives you the opportunity, because you do need a good fit with your kumihimo braid, and it gives you a bit of, because they're triangular, you can have a slightly wider or a slightly narrower cord in there. So they are very versatile, those particular ends. So they're very useful.
Clever. So you've kind of got all of the pieces in one. And you can see on here there is still that movement available, so it's still going to rest nicely, it's still going to fit nicely on the back of the neck or on the wrist line, of course. You get them in two different colours, as you can see. You get the silver and the gold, each of them plated, and you get 3 pairs of each colour, all in the same size. And all with that same quality. They're beautifully sturdy, and your price point today, it's just £6.95. Now that is for 6 pairs of these in total. So you've got 6 pairs in total, which means you've got the 12 individual components for here. And I will say 12 individual components because I do know when we've looked at these before, we've thought about these being charms and maybe adding the likes of, if you're a wire worker perhaps, or if you've got any nice fabrics, applying things like a wing design to these, make them look quite angel-like. They'd be really, really beautiful. But you can use these for so many different looks and designs. And don't forget, if you are, say, a wire worker, you can always create your own wire hook loop, let's say, for these to go through if you did want to use these as little charms. Well done to everyone for getting those. We don't see them often at all. Last chance opportunity at £6.95. And the final few treats I've got for you now is very, very, very quick toggle clasps in the silver. Treat Tuesday is all about bringing you things you don't get to see often, in manners you don't get to see often, and at deals and at great treat prices. Treat Tuesday is most certainly here with some of the naughty prices and the price drops and goodies we've seen today, and it's most certainly here with this because they're unique, they're individual. We do not get to see these often at all. They are attached, as you can see. You've got the jump ring there that attaches these, but you take these off and you can obviously make these separate. You can obviously make these 2 individual pairings. You've got that really wonderful texture on these with that spiral detail and spiral effect, and they're nice and chunky. You don't just get one of these, you are getting a big collection of 5 in total, and that means that you, when you are using these as a clasp, just like Prue showed us how she would attach her toggle clasp, the more dainty ones, you work with these in exactly the same way, which is, they are really easy to work with. You can of course use them as individual components if you want to as well. These used a lot of the time for a lariat style necklace, or of course using the T-bar to make your own cufflinks if you wanted. But essentially they're a very versatile clasp or addition to your jewellery. We're going to be bringing these to you 5 pieces in total. They are big, bold, unique and individual, and today for Treat Tuesday they're one of those naughty price points again, the price point we're not normally meant to do, at £5.95. You're getting a lot of metal within it, or a lot of detail within here. These are the types of things, these quirky, unique designs and individual features that really add another dimension, another layer to your pieces. You don't have to hide this at the back of a clasp if you do not want to. Have it at the front, really show that design off. I always like the idea with big, bold, twisted ones like this, and maybe doing sort of a nautical-esque design and having this at the centre of that piece, maybe even as the pendant, which would look stunning. And don't forget, like I said, if you do want to use these as individual elements, you could imagine the likes of the chain I had earlier on. Now obviously I'm pretty sure this chain sold out. Yeah, it did, yeah. But if you did have something like the chain going through, you know, just using that perfect loop, and maybe having a gemstone hanging from the bottom could look really pretty. You know, so it's really about using your imagination with the likes of this. It truly is. So do feel free to add these to your baskets at that naughty price point, because like I say, we're not normally allowed to do. But it's Treat Tuesday, so we like to be a bit mischievous. Now, I have got the deal of the day coming up for you in a moment, and the deal of the day that is coming up to you is something you've seen from the morning show, but if you weren't watching, it is a quick repeat of that, is what we're doing for the deal of the days from now on. And also I have coming up for you in the final hour, well, I've got two because it's the final hour, I know I'm going to have those stunning new turquoise, and I know I've got white gold coming up for you as well. Not just those, so much more. Competition winners, challenge pieces, stunning gemstones, amazing prices, all in our final hour here at the mid-show. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Did you know that Jewellery Maker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Sunstone is a member of the feldspar family, and as such displays wonderful optical properties. Within this gemstone are many copper platelets, and these copper platelets not only add to the body colour of the gemstone, but they also reflect light in a really interesting way. This type of light reflection is known as adventurescence, and it is such a beautiful display of how unique gemstones and natural